Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being with me today. We're up and ready. I know it's a little late here. I said I thought I'd be up here at 8, but I got into reading some information. Welcome to the Living Legacy Group. This is a community of gold savers, and I would like to welcome you to today's session. And we'll start off by going into a little bit of news in the market through what is it called? It's called Trader TV. Okay, so we are going to take a look at the markets this morning. Let me get them started. Okay, here we go. Thanks for joining. If you'd like to maybe put a pair that you want to see traded today in the chat, we will put it up on the screen and do some analysis on it. And okay, so give me 1 second and we will get right to the live broadcast. Stay tuned. Thanks for joining.
T-Mobile. I don't know if that's going to come up in our rundown. I think Sharif's going to talk about that last. I saw that, and then I saw what Verizon is doing.
Well, they're different names.
They're very different. Verizon has been an absolute dumpster fire, but that is a stock that is waking up and looks pretty interesting. I know it's been left for dead. People said that about Intel too, and it's doubled up since that triple bottom to 25. That's what we pointed out. Now, if only Ford could double up off of its $10, $11 level, that'd be another one that could
Ford?
Well, I was looking at that chart as well.
Yeah.
Ford. This is not to digress, but I'm looking at charts is what we do.
$12.50 again.
And Ford is making that move off of that $10, $11 area. Now we are digressing. It broke 10 and then immediately held it. It broke the 50. It just closed above the 200 period moving average. It's at next resistance. I mean, if it breaks out from here, like say through 12.75, 13, I mean, you got a clear shot to $15, which has been resistance, and then maybe this can get off the doldrums. So anyways, it's just there's a lot of stocks that have been quote-unquote left for dead that in this, while the market's at the highs, it's like they're just starting their breakouts, technically. Ford would be an example. Verizon is an example of one as well.
All right, guys, let's have a look at these markets and see what the futures are up to. Here is the ES March contract, guys. We are flat right now at that yesterday's close, 48.25. That's the exact level that we rejected off back on December 20th. We're right back at that level. The overnight high, about 5 points higher from where we are right now, 48.30. The low, 48.21. So very muted range right now on the ES. Let's see if we can get head higher. No resistance levels to speak of here. So we're going to have to look at the psychological levels, 48.50. Possible resistance if we can break through that overnight high of 48.30, and then look for that 4800 possibly as a level of support if we have extended sell-off, but really don't anticipate that on a day like today. All right, let's get to the first topic here, but first, make sure to get that watch list every day. It is sent directly to your inbox or available on Trader TV's watch list website. Dara makes it and compiles it every morning, and it helps me organize my day and let me know what is moving. All right, first topic on the list, Tesla. A new possible redesign for the Model Y coming out of China. I showed you some pictures earlier. Here are some other ones. Here is it in the kind of the silver level. You'll notice right away the headlights in the front are a little bit different, as well as the rear headlights as well. Supposedly, we're going to get some new exterior redesigns, some redesigns to the wheels, as well as interior lighting, to name a few, but it's supposed to be similar to the Model 3 in terms of the redesign, guys.
Yeah, looking gorgeous as it pretty much always is. Just a quick note, got into SoFi, some 10s and 11s on the break. If you were watching the afternoon show, which you should be, there was a seller at 97. The entire afternoon, there was just a brick wall at 97 that kept refreshing. It would get hit, it would reload, it would get hit, it would reload. As the stock would pull back, it made higher lows into that 97 level. So if it breaks underneath that 97 again, probably like 95, 96, then I'm just going to jump out of that trade. So I want to risk about 5 cents on the trade. I got some, like I said, I got some at 10, some at 01s there on SoFi. It is a clean breakout. I love the levels on the daily chart, but Tesla's just, it's a beast that I think needs to participate. I don't know why that line's there. Let's get rid of that. But Tesla had a good day yesterday, but did not break out the 258 level. So this is the first key test for us. You had a 58 top, and you immediately are retest. As a matter of fact, it's going to break it almost right now to the downside. It's testing underneath 258. First step, you got to hold the 58. If it holds 58 in the opening range, I think the long into 260 makes sense, where you get that 260 breakout of the channel. That for me, this is one that I've been excited about since this setup. And with the last little hold here, the 200 period and then the 50 period moving average, it was like it's just a matter of time before this stock breaks out above the 260 level. So if it's a 258 holding in the first 10, 15 minutes, I like that long as well. Otherwise, you're working back to the previous close. I don't necessarily want to be short this name. I don't really have a short setup for it. I think if I short an EV name, Rivian's already made a big move off of its 50 and 200 period moving average. It has yet to break out 25. Double top at 24.60 here. Yesterday in the afternoon, there was a 24 short opportunity. As the market was ripping, this stock was resisting 24 and falling. So if there's going to be a short off the open where we don't break out and then maybe this market turns around a bit, then underneath 24 on Rivian makes some sense. I'm already bidding 22.5. I don't know why, but I saw that. I was like, oh my goodness, I really like 22.5 on Rivian. But it's like $2 away. And usually when it's that far away, you don't want it. But 22.5 is a good support level. It's just by the time it gets down there, a lot of things have probably happened. So I do like that level to the downside. But I only want to look long Tesla. If I short an EV name, I suppose there's some small ones out there that we could trade. But Rivian, the afternoon was good at 24. If it can't break that level, I like that short price. And even the 24.60 up top sets up pretty decently for Rivian.
All right, here it is. People are asking about where you can get it from. It is a stick. You can get it at Trader TV, Sean, and we have Tesla right there as the number one. I mean, I don't really rank these. It's just it was on the watch list first, so I kind of it's what I like the best out of all of this. Take the 260 long break with 256 support. I mean, I'm not gonna. You can go find out why. I mean, I'm gonna tell you why, but it's just. I like the break. It's pretty simple. We've seen NIO break through $9. I'll talk about NIO at some point here. That's also on the watch list. But here's 260, man. It's pretty clear as day. It's already up more than the market. I like Tesla. I like the redesign. I like the catalyst. I just think it works. And then the 256 is pretty obvious as well. So I'm already bidding down here. So if it does come back into the 256 level, we'll get long. But I'm bidding like 256 flat, basically. So if it comes back into that area, we'll try it. I'm actually wondering about a little bit of let's try to bid a little bit up here, 256.70s or so in front of all this junk. And then if we wind up breaking lower, I'm kind of thinking like 255 would kind of be bad if it got down here. Wouldn't be surprised if it did. Yesterday we I mean, this is the thing about Tesla is straight off the open, you get these moves. Like yesterday we sort of opened the day at 256, went up to 258, then fell back down to 256 again. So it had a $2 move before it eventually started to do its thing there. So sorry, that's 2 days ago. This is yesterday's move, because I was going to say we're higher than that. There's yesterday's move, which is more dramatic, right? 255 down to 253. So that's your $2 move, and then the move up. Because I was like, I know I want to play the strength. So let's just do that. We'll see about a little bit of a dip buy opportunity here into 256. But yeah, Tesla, let's go. I mean, it's good redesign there. We already have. I like how we have the Tesla redesign, but the Bitcoin there. Maybe Tesla will eventually start to accept some BTC up on there. But all right, let's go back over to the desk now. It's 9:07. We both like Tesla, it seems like.
Yes, sir. Apple next on watch, guys. Again, in the news, as this time they are appealing the decision to ban imports on its Apple Watches. Essentially, it's asking the federal Federal Circuit Court to pause the ban at least until the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Services decides whether the redesigned versions of its watches infringe upon Massimo's patents, and to put the ban on hold while the court considers Apple's request. The Customs Office, it should be noted, is due to make its decision on January 12th. That hasn't stopped the huge, I guess, device maker from selling off for 3 days in a row now, guys, trying to hold that 193 level, just a smidge below it. What's the look on Apple?
Well, the good news for Apple is it's been on a little bit of a losing streak, like going to the downside a few days in a row here. But the good news is it doesn't approach what the Pistons are doing, a third of the NBA season, and they can't win a game. I just saw that because M. Mason put it in the chat that the Pistons set a new record. But Apple's not going to do anything like that. Like, if Apple goes down 27 days in a row, then I promise you, after about 20 days, I probably bought it almost every day looking for a bottom after that. Like, it's that kind of a stock. Like, if it goes down far enough, just everybody's going to be looking for a bottom and then trying to front run that bottom. That's the kind of name that it is. But since failing 200, it has been an easy stair step to the downside. Sometimes you get a little bit of a pop at the open to be able to fade into. That's been the case at least the last couple of sessions. So you go back to last Friday. You had a pop in 195 and then back under, and we shorted that, and then 94 in the afternoon. And then yesterday it was a pop into 194. That was a short, and then consolidation underneath there like 93.3. So those levels come into play. At some point it breaks one of these out and we get going. But 193.3 is a little bit too tight to where we are now. I think the 194, if you're above that price, Apple probably putting in a bit of a recovery. But it's just a trend that I want to follow until it decides it wants to break. So Apple, I think it's probably fine in the long term. You can get the watch everywhere except for the US, and they'll probably make up for those sales. I don't want to put a quarter on it because I have no idea when this gets resolved, but some point next year, they'll be able to pull forward those sales, and everyone that wanted the watch is going to still get the watch, and everything will be all roses. For now, it is a lagging stock in the index. As we're at highs, this has been pulling back. So the trend is your friend. Sometimes it'll bend and it'll break, but until then, I'm still favoring the short on Apple.
All right. Yeah. Thanks to Josh Rohn for their first super chat. Thank you so much for that. Nice little dollar. We'll put that there and we'll figure it out. Thank you, Josh Rohn, for watching, for sure. Look, Apple is just, I feel like pretty soon they're going to pre-announce lower numbers. I think Apple goes down. They're going to use this watch as an excuse, and it is going to be a good one. You can't sell the watch anymore. It's a brand new product. It was super hot. People loved it. Now they can't sell the Ultra or the 9 until it gets resolved, but it will get resolved. That's the day where you just punch long. But until then, I actually wait to see. So we want to, first of all, the trade to me is just fading 194. There's really nothing else. You could wait for this 193.50 and start the fade there. I think you might be able to get that right off the open. It's just, I'm still relatively bullish today. We do have Santa Claus rally coming through, and I don't want to just short Apple just because it comes to sort of middle of the range. I think you could put on something there, and then at the top put on something more, and then watch out for 194. Again, I'm looking to trade. How I trade is pretty simple. We talked about this. Support, resistance, and catalysts. There's really nothing else, and then relative strength and weakness as the market opens and you get some trade ideas. So right now, Apple's red, market's green. Apple did not have a great day yesterday, as we saw, nice move, and then basically faded all day until that little bump in the open, and then it got hit again to close at the lows. So or bump at the close, and then close at the low. So for me, I still feel like it's a short, and there's really no good news right now for Apple that I can see. So we'll wait for that. Their numbers are going to be huge. They're going to sell everything. It's just for now, you have to wait for that story of a deal with Massimo or whatever winds up happening. I mean, why can't they just give these guys like $2 or $3 a watch and call it a day? I mean, they're going to sell so many damn watches. But anyways, they'll get it all figured out. I like the fact that it's US v. US. So I think that's something that's going to be working in their favor, as you're going to have, like we just mentioned, the White House and some of these tribunals and all this kind of stuff come through. So I feel like they'll be able to get it done. It's not like it's China versus US, and then you have like all these international worries about trade wars and stuff like that. I feel like this gets solved, but until it does, it's a short, unfortunately.
All right, guys, this FWBI is absolutely rocketing to the high side, just hit that $13 area. We closed it at $3.70, guys. So this one almost up 250%. Just keep an eye on this FWBI. First Wave Biopharma. That's a look there. All right, Bitcoin. Important stuff here, just a smidge below 43,000 as we look to get that spot ETF approved. Word on the street is discussions between the SEC and asset managers are advancing into the technical details, signaling to certain experts that the approval could be imminent. You have more than a dozen firms, guys, BlackRock, WisdomTree, Valkyrie, and Cathy's, everybody waiting for approval. It's widely anticipated that there will be a batch approval, so there will be no first to mover advantage here for GBTC, who was the first to put in their application. Nicely up is Mara and Coin as well. Mara 4.9, Coin 2 2/3. What's a look?
First, shout out to Josh Roan here for the second super chat. Mara looking for resistance, looking for 27. So, Josh, I'm assuming you mean you're looking for a shorted back into the 27 level. We'll get to Mara because the 27 level is a key one. Looking at that last night, obviously, in the afternoon show. But Bitcoin 42.8 has been the key price. That's what we mentioned yesterday, if you could break out that price, which it eventually did. And we just dipped in and then held that as support. So watch that 42.8 level. Again, you are trending to the upside. If you look specifically at Mara, we've gapped above almost exactly a 27 close. So you had 2 days in a row closing just underneath the 27 mark. I just feel as if it's up top and it's looking for resistance, there isn't really anything found just yet on Mara. So you can anticipate something like 30 because it's a round number. I know it's overextended and you look for a pullback, but until it fails an even dollar or a significant level on the daily or something like a $30 level, I generally want to be playing the trend. It was a consolidation day yesterday, and when you get that kind of a day, it provides you with opportunities. So the 27 looks like a spot that if it drops a dollar, I'd almost be thinking, is it a dip buy there? And then the close before that was 26.70. Both of those look like key levels to me on the way back in on Mara. Could it also hold out 27.7, the Friday high? That's worth looking at as well. So I'm just looking at previous highs for possible dip zones to just join the trend in to the upside. Again, the trend is your friend. And then it's a very similar thing on Coin. Coin can just take out the top here. So I think you want to look for longs. If it starts trending to the downside, typically when these pull back, there are moves that you can join. But I don't know if I'm there just yet. I mean, if you've gone long every single day or looked for longs, you've been profitable. And at some point, the rug might get pulled. But if it goes like 7, 8, 9 times in a row that it wins, then you should be fine.
So yesterday, shout out to Zoltan and everybody who was trading with me yesterday because you had if you held it, you had a $9 winner. We were very, very patient and shorted Coinbase right here at 178 yesterday. And we got nervous and got out a little bit at 178, which was crazy. And then we got the rest out here at 175 before it broke down. So again, we had the short yesterday in Coinbase. Am I looking for it again? Maybe. Let's just see what happens. But I actually wrote down something different today on the sticky note, and those of you that are looking at it would know. I think we could break longer here through 180. I mean, you know, there's that 178, 179 high. Let's just see what it does there. You know, if it bounces around and holds, like I don't have the 180 break right now. Like if it happens first thing, then I think we'll probably wind up missing it because Coinbase is not very liquid. That's what made me nervous. That you can have 75-cent spreads on this name. Like, trust me when I tell you. Trust me, bro. Oh, by the way, tonight Raider Trader on the Market Recap Show, which is getting better, baby. Man, what's up to Fabian? Shout out to Fabian staying late with me yesterday. And traders will stay late. So it's just traders stay late. That's what it is, not real traders stay late. Traders stay late with me tonight. It should be a fun one. All right, so I want to try to trade Coinbase. We just talked about Bitcoin trying to break through, and just did break through, by the way. It just broke through 43,000. So right here, a nice little candle happening right in front of us. This is, of course, a 5-minute chart, so we can maybe reduce this down to a 2-minute chart. Here it is, nice little movement up to 43 and trying to take it out. If crypto and Bitcoin takes out this 43.2, which is this daily high right now, then, I mean, Coinbase probably takes that 80, and that's not even that far away right now. So play the momentum to the upside. I'm sort of in shell shock with everything here because honestly, I sold my HUD 8, and I was just saying this before we went on air, down at like 1280 or something like that, just over the, right into here. Yeah, 1280. That'll make sense. So right into, maybe might have been 1380, but anyways, right into here, the idea is I've missed this whole last 2-3 days upside right now. I'm very, very surprised. I might still have a piece, but I don't think so. I'm very, very surprised at this move up, but we got to play momentum. Coinbase right now is a $180 stock. It can go $3. That puts it at that 180. So I feel like that's going to be a good break. I'm more excited for Tesla and NIO breaks, but I think Coinbase can do it. I just worry about the spread.
Bitcoin above 43,000 now, Sean. All right, guys, next on the docket, Meta catching a price target upgrade from Wedbush, specifically analyst Scott Devitt maintaining it with an outperform rating and increasing the price target from $350 to $420. Here is the 15-minute chart on Meta. As early as December 14th, we were still at that $327 area. We are now knocking on the door of $357. We touched it yesterday. Meta up and to the right, Sean. What's a look?
Again, they're all. I just don't know about Meta. I just don't know. I mean, Meta's been so strong. It's been an amazing, amazing stock this whole month, man. The month of December has been just kick-ass for Meta because it was down here at 320 and at the 50-period moving average. Now you're up like $30. That's 10% there in Meta. Like, for those of us or those of everybody out there that's like, oh, you know, you don't want to buy Meta because, you know, boo Instagram. It's so bad for the world. You know, what's bad for your bank account is not owning this stock, but at the same time, there's many other names. You can get into whatever you want. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's going to break out again through 360. And when it does that, we don't have the switch over from the symbol of Meta and Facebook. So unfortunately, it cuts off there. I guess I could. We're coming up to a level, but I'm not even worried about past levels right now. I'm just worried about what it looks like here. So this is, as it loads up, you can see what we're sort of doing here. The trend has definitely been favored the long. I mean, look at the bottoms. We just keep on making, you know, higher lows here as we continue to go upside. And then there's the top, there's the new top, there's the new top, and we kind of touched it yesterday. So, I mean, to say that it's a break long at 57.50 or so, I think is probably right. So 357.50, another great one. Microsoft looks very, very similar. I just, again, with the NASDAQ basically being flat here today and not moving since we started, I'm not sure. Some days we get these huge moves in the morning because we get PCE or some kind of a number that comes out, and then the market can kind of just go from there. But I'm not really super excited right now about any of these plays. Like if Meta gets to that 357.50 right off the open, am I going to punch long? I mean, it's already up 0.5% by the time it gets to that level. And if the NASDAQ's not going with it, then I might be punching tops on an upgrade. I'm okay with it. I don't really. You know, we were sort of, and it's funny because Adara, we were kind of talking about this, and we were kind of pulling at straws today because there's not really too many earnings plays. We don't even have an upgrades and downgrade board, so it's just like not too much action happening here. And I don't want to get caught in the metaverse and just punch long here on this name. So I like Microsoft a little bit better at 376, and I do like Tesla for the model revamp, and then I like NIO because it moved off $9 yesterday. So Meta, not quite the catalyst that I'd be looking for here.
Yeah, not really, but the 360, I mean, the 360 level and the 380 level at least. I mean, I did pull up the weekly chart for Meta here because I think if it's already making the break off the last level, the pre-earnings consolidation level, the one that was the bad one, the 300 drop where it went 300 to 200 in a couple of days. But like that top was right here, and we're already broken it out at 353. So that's gone, and then all that's left is the top end of this range, 360 into 380. So you got to go way back on the weekly chart for it. So this is the way I want to approach it. If we do break this top here, I have 357 quarter, whether it's quarter or half, it doesn't matter. If it gets above that price and we just start buying and there's buyers above, then I want to look to join a trend above that level. So my approach would be, instead of anticipating that it's going to happen, if we do break out that top and it holds that top, we consolidate above it, and there's buyers above it, then I only want to look for longs into 360 at that point. So that might not be a trade until after 10 o'clock if this stock is trending. I do not want this to be a name where if it's up, I'm afraid to chase a move when it's above that key price. I think that's going to be a good one. And then if you do get to yesterday's double bottom, that looks like a good support level at 353 and a half. You have a previous close underneath there as well, 353. So Meta is more of a wait and see type trade. SoFi just got up to 10.05. This is, someone was just asking why SoFi. $10 break and key level observed in the afternoon yesterday, and the stock has been trending up. So it broke. It hasn't really looked back just yet. I just got to fill up there first take at 1-to-1, and let's see if we can get to 10-10. But still, there's a lot of Mag 7 names to look at. I just feel as if you got to be patient with a few of them, because the rally yesterday wasn't necessarily about the Mag 7s. You wanted to be in the chip names, you wanted to be in the crypto names, you wanted to be in Intel, obviously. So you just be patient with something like Meta.
All right, not a name we typically talk about on the show or sector in general. We're talking about the telcos. T-Mobile US on the radar today as a result of this new headline coming out of Japan. SoftBank Group, they jumped 5% overnight on the Nikkei as they are going to receive about $7.59 billion worth of shares for TMUS, about 48.75 million shares. That's going to be the total there. That'll boost their stake from 3.75% of the company to 7.64%. This all goes back to the merger between Sprint and T-Mobile. Sprint was owned partially by SoftBank. And this, look at this chart. This is not a chart that you typically associate with telecom companies. It's either down and to the right or stagnant, but we just made an all-time high on TMUS back on the 12th, guys. What's the look here, if any?
So T-Mobile is not necessarily a day trading stock, but look, it's got a good trend, and it's actually down 0.5% here after a good rally in the afternoon. It's just kind of given that back on light volume in the pre-market. The one that might be a little bit more interesting, because this is what I pulled up, and I just saw this comment in the chat. Rainmaker, lots of overvalued stocks need to find some undervalued for a long or for a swing. And this is more like, when it breaks out, it looks interesting to me. Verizon is not better than T-Mobile. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that. You guys are American. You guys can tell us which one you tend to prefer here. But at the end of the day, this is only now breaking a downward trend. It actually got a golden cross if you're into that kind of thing, like last week or like a few days ago, whenever the heck it happened. Right here, the 50 and the 200 had a convergence and then a breakaway, and you're consolidating above both. If it takes out the new high, maybe breaking 38, breaking 39, a little bit more exciting, I think this is a stock that has room to rally. I just don't think T-Mobile or this is a day trade. You got to be looking to other places for some movers. That's why I wanted to be looking at Snowflake today, because after what I saw yesterday, or it's not even what I saw. We got the best trading community out there, and it was what everybody else saw. Like, I saw C3AI because it was going nuts, and then all of a sudden we were alerted to what was going on with Snowflake, which was impressive at about 1 o'clock. This stock went up like $2.50. Some insider buying, and I think a couple of those names, but it's charging toward a $200 level. So Snowflake, if it breaks out above 200, it's just got, I mean, it's not air up there because it still has the 203 level, but once you start taking out these, it gets pretty spicy. To the upside. You got 200, you got 203, you got 205. They give you a couple of dollar moves, and then once you get past that, you got about $30, $40 till next resistance. So Snowflake's on the radar. That had a rocket ship and had buyers yesterday. So I think if you get a continuation there, it looks pretty exciting. But maybe not as overextended as some other tech names out there.
Yeah, AMD looks like it wants to take out 145. Nice little move up there. We just got the imbalances, so let me just take a look right now. What's popping off? Ooh, bets. Yeah, wow. 2 cents is gonna. This thing's gonna get to that for sure. I would think. Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say for sure, but the 2 cents.
Well, it's already close.
2 cents is such a nice move, even from here. Okay, what else is on here quickly? Gap. Well, we just talked about Verizon a little bit. Tilray, as some of the marijuana names get heated up a little bit. Palantir, not too exciting yet. Although you mentioned Snowflake, but Palantir yesterday, we had a good short there in and around this area yesterday, right off the close, basically. Well, in the afternoon, but I don't really see anything. I thought there might be some Tesla on here or something like that, but there is nothing. There's Mara. Mara, a little bit of a bid. I think Mara gets to $30. I really think we could take. I mean, I guess they were expecting more of a buy in this name, but it's a nice little downside move there for Morrow. Watch out for 28.50 in that name. Let's just check out Tesla. This is a name that I feel like I'm going to get into pretty much right away here, as we do have a buy on Tesla to see if it will work through 260 upside right now. So let's see if that does wind up working out, as we'll watch out for our share size, because might just breaks first thing. It is pulling back in. We do have bids down here at 256, so we want to watch out for that play. Neo for some reason is pulling back in as well. I wrote down on the sticky note that although I'm still bullish, we could pause out for a little bit here. Like we keep seeing on the chat, and we understand it, is that right now there is a lot of stock. I mean, I just talked about how much I love AMD and NVIDIA, and at the same time, I still think they're overbought, right? So we talked about all of that, but overbought stocks just get more overbought. Like, it doesn't mean they can't continue to go up. You know, because if you go up $30 and then drop down $10, don't you still wish you bought it, you know, somewhere at the beginning of that rally? So, you know, Neo back down into 9 is something that we want to look for as well. I don't know if that happens. I'm bidding down here, so I'm just trying to get you guys set up for areas of concern for me. NVIDIA, we talked about that. If that does break 504, we'll look at that. We had a good short yesterday that didn't start to print until the afternoon on DraftKings. So this is another name that I kind of...
Apple just dropped $1.
Yeah, okay.
Is that
so
imbalance?
unless the imbalance just showed up on Apple, let me double check. No. So
Okay, no.
yeah, I mean, was it on volume or what? No, 192.30. Yeah, so that's a nice move. Yeah, down 70 cents. Yeah, $1 almost. Yeah, nice move. So this is what I mean. You know, there's going to be moves like this. So there goes Apple. We are looking at 194, but that's a good call. Did like some of the other NASDAQ names do it? Yeah, Meta too, man. Meta dropped down about $1 and change, or about 70 cents, but not much volume. Did Microsoft do it as well? I think this is just repositioning.
Yeah, Intel dropped 40 cents.
Okay, so yeah. So 373 for Microsoft now. Yeah, so some of these names are already pulling back a little bit here. With only a minute to go, Adair, don't sit down for too long, as we're getting ready to rock and roll now off open. So let's watch out for some of our bids. Tesla's, okay, so Tesla's the one I'm bidding. I'm bidding Tesla, and because you hamster, I'm bidding Roblox down here at 46 as well. So let's wait to see if something can happen. If this market really falls on its face early, I feel like I'm gonna get killed. So let's watch out for some of these bids and not let that happen to us, okay? So Tesla, Neo, definitely on watch early here, and Roblox.
Less than a minute to go, there's also a big 52 level on Affirm, which is in play today. It's at 50 change, so 52 on Affirm, double top on the daily here that you can see.
Affirm, oh my
Zoomed
God,
up far enough
okay.
that you can see the double top. If it gets to 52, it's resistance till an 8, with 30 seconds to go. So it feels like there was maybe some small selling right before the open. Last time that happened, we did get a little bit of a dip buy. I'm only in SoFi for now. I like the 24 level on Rivian if there's going to be an early short, but I also like Tesla to the long side. But the countdown is on. It's hump day. It's not Tuesday. It's Wednesday in the holiday shortened week. It's the 27th. Let's get this party started in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Adara.
All right, some call it the casino, some call it the stock market, but either way, we are now open, so let's go. The proper way is called the stock market. All right, so we're gonna watch out to see if Roblox does make that move back in. It looks like it's trying. Oh, we just got long something. And what was that? Neo down here at, okay, well, here it comes. Neo with a nice move in immediately off open. So we are now long at 12s here on NIO. Again, no idea where this is gonna go from here. That was a little bit of an aggressive move back down to the downside. We did talk about this possibly happening off the open, so now we got to be a little bit more patient than maybe even we wanted to. It just dipped down into 9 as well, but there we go. Nice little long for us so far, and there it is, a nice little move back upside for Neo. Let's try to take something out there at 15s. Let's go to the upside here on...
broke clean.
No, not 260 yet.
No, 250. No, it's a high of the day.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for 260 for Tesla, but good call so far on Neo. Well, bad call. I mean, I'm flat on it. Let's wait to see what happens, but it did dip into that 9 area. There we go. We just got a 20 fill. This could be a monster trade for me, guys.
Just got a spike in a back up there off the 10 on SoFi. Took some out there, but going in the other direction from Tesla's Rivian. So Rivian, it is a short. It just never gave a fade off of the 24 level. It just came straight to the downside with a lot of other tech names. But Tesla looks like it is going for an absolute charge up to that 260. If it does a dip before there, I probably look to try to join this off of the previous highs and see if we can't get a dip buy going on Tesla. Snowflake, I said I don't want to ignore you today, Snow. It just broke 200. I don't really try. It's only done 180,000 in volume. Snowflake is usually a stock that I don't want to break out at 930. It's in that GME category, but it did make the 200 break. If it can hold above there, I want to look for that long. Intel is still dipping a little bit. 50-50 is right around where it closed at exactly 50-50. Sorry, that's the first dip level, previous close. So just in SoFi, that's working. But Snowflake going, and we're 70 cents away from taking this hop on Tesla.
Guys, we've already, I mean, let's go. We're already, like when it's on the sticky note, you know that there's going to be shares being played. So there it is right now. It's NIO. It's a nice move to the upside. And we'll just, I'm trying to piece this out little by little here on NIO just to see what winds up happening. There was just a huge size just flashed on there. That was ridiculous on NIO on the bid. And then it got filled like as fast as it went out there. That was weird trade there. Okay, we got to get some more out. Anyways, we already got some out. Like this is the trade so far, guys. Obviously, someone flushed it. We just got, we got that 29 fill. Okay, so that's good. Our next fill, there's 29 again, sorry. Our next fill's into the 30s, and let's see how high we can go. Hopefully, we'll be able to hold this one. It's NIO, and it's Rip City right now, and we have it, man. This is going to be probably, well, we'll wait. I mean, who knows what the best trades are going to be for me. But this one so far with the one trade that we've been in, really like when things work out. Here comes Tesla talking about working out. NIO trade could look silly in a couple seconds here, because if Tesla hits that 260 and comes back in, that's going to be a problem. So let's wait to see what happens right now on Tesla as we get a little bit more out on NIO. Having its hard time at 930, but I like it so far. We're long one trade, and that's all it takes for me right now.
Yeah, well, it's not the only thing breaking out Tesla. It's through that 260, made that break. Meta also making the break as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Nice.
Meta's at 358 already, so it's already ridiculous in these markets. You got to play the strength, and the strength is definitely there. I just got a 10 fill on SoFi.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for joining me.
Breaking 260 is what just happened, but I was on
I know
that
our
chart,
markets
so I don't wanna
haven't,
go away from it. If we get to 261,
it's going to be open
I
in
think
about
that's where you
1
look
minute,
for an L
so
on that
if
first
there's
dollar move.
a
But if we pull back
delay.
in on Meta, 357.5
Thanks
is
for
a key
joining.
zone. It's Tesla. I thought I hit enter there. There we go. Tesla breaking the 260 level. It is headed strongly to the upside, 1.5% up. It is the first long that isn't the pre-market trade on SoFi. And if you bought Apple on that bottom at 192, congratulations to you. It looks like that was I mean, I don't want to call it like free money, because who knows what was happening. I think it was maybe just an imbalance or something. But Apple immediately rebounding like 80 cents. So the market is trying to break through those highs. We are at all-time highs, essentially, NASDAQ all-time highs. You also have the ES, which just challenged them as well. Still think Rivian's a short, though. I just have to find my way into it.
Yeah, Rivian's going to be a dangerous one to the short side. Well, here goes. Okay, so we got some out on Apple there for sure. Or sorry, Tesla up there at 259.50 or so. But for right now, we're going to have to wait to see where it goes. Sorry, 260.50 was the highest it went. And our best out there is 260.30s. We got one. We got two fills there. One's, yeah, both at 30s. So far, so good. Let's just see where it goes for now. We talked about it could dip down a little bit. But this trade is really, man, this is what's carrying. We only have two trades, so it's kind of obvious what's carrying us here. It's going to be NIO. So let's wait to see if it continues to work. But I'm still on this Tesla train, and we have a lot of shares. So I can't wait for 261. I have to get some out as we continue to go to the upside. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to stick with what I'm doing now on Tesla, see if it goes back up to the upside. I do have an offer at 260.50 for sure. And then I'm going to put one right now at 261, because if we can get up there, then we're really laughing. So hopefully that'll continue to go to the upside. Meta going as well, as Neil just mentioned, but we got
Mara's flying.
We got a lot of concerns here, as Tesla is really my whole day right now. So let's effing go. This is what happens when it's Sticky Note Nation time. Let's go. Good out there on Tesla, 260.50. It got to 260.75. We need this thing to go. Let's go, Tesla. Let's go, NIO.
Yeah, I mean, everything is absolutely flying. Tesla just tagging the 75 level as well, so it does get up there.
Yes,
Mara
sir.
just broke $29 on Mara. It just went. I'm telling you, man, it's like long and strong. You just find something, grip it and rip it, going to the upside. The only thing I'm looking at that is weak right now is Rivian, and even that's making a bit of a bounce. So look for some dip buys in here. I might look for a reload. That last push got to 75 on Tesla. I took some out when it failed that level. I'll look for a reload maybe off the 260s as we're going right on to Adara at the desk.
Yeah, Singulate, CING is the ticker for this one. Low float runner up almost 150% right now, but 130.
Okay, thanks for joining me. Thanks for being a part of this new group that I'm developing. It's called the Living Legacy live trading. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a look into pocket options and see what's going on here. I know we had made a trade on Bitcoin since we had confirmation on what's going on with the SEC getting it established as an ETF. So we're waiting for that to go through, and by then, you know, it should like blast off like a rocket. But I'm wondering why I'm not able to make my trades. I wonder if it's on MetaTrader 4. Let me see. Try that. MetaTrader 4 real. So on pocket options, you have you can trade options which are in a timed situation, or you can actually trade. What's going on here? Let me see. Okay, there's my buy. Man, should I buy? It's $5. It's too late to buy now, Mike. Yeah, I should have bought some, but maybe if we catch a dip like he was talking about. So let's get some noise here. Maybe if we catch a dip like he was talking about. So this is, oh man, look at Tesla. We should have caught it. See, this is where you really don't want to, man, that's a nice run. Jeez. What do you think? What do you think? Put it in the chat. Should we go for it? Buy at least, damn, we would have to buy a share. Or wait for the pullback. Should we wait for the pullback and then maybe get a share? So we'll have to, man. Okay, let's check out what I've done in Bitcoin. Oh my God. Let's see. Cryptocurrencies. Okay. See, I was betting to the downside, and it's looking all green now. So I might have to close a couple out just so I don't lose. I didn't put a stop in there. For some reason, it didn't register my stop. So I've got to go back in there and let's see, where is it? Oh, I'm on MetaTrader 4. I need to go back to MetaTrader 5. Sorry about that. So yeah, you can trade MetaTrader 5 demo. I suggest, these are all the options you can use with pocket options, which I found was easier than some of the other providers. So, all right. See, I might have to close that one. That's up to $12. I can't bleed that much. So we just took a loss of $12 on a short. So I've got to get my ratio correct because we made that wrong decision to go long or to go short on Bitcoin yesterday. I know it's going to have a dip, but it's just I don't want to bleed the account too much. See, we started at $65, now we're down to 53. So that's what happened to me last time. I didn't have enough leverage in there. And when you're using this at 0.1 lot size, that's $8.61. Actually, it's going to be per lot. So we're going to just hold off. We're going to let it run. Don't watch it. I mean, I'm going to watch it. I've got to set some... let's pull up the TradingView chart. All right. So let's take a look at the TradingView chart and see what it says for us. Close that up. So when I'm looking at this, what it's let's go. Let's see BTC. Let's go to Coinbase. Coinbase, I think, is going to have a pretty. This is the one I've been using. So this is. Let me take this out. Okay. Get rid of that. All right, so I'm looking at this dip that's going to get me back into the 42,386. And I should be able to make up the $12 because I still got 2 trades in to that market. I still got 2 trades in here. So if this is the 5-minute scale, so I'll break it down into the 4-hour. So I still got these down here. We're looking at a pullback to compensate for these 2. We're down $21.39. You can see what your net loss and profit is down here. So we got to be careful. That's the thing. That's why I say, start in demo. I do have some years under my belt. I do win, but sometimes you got to take the win, the losses, and in your wins. And what I want to go over maybe today is this chart. I'm going to pull up. I'm going to pull it up here. And what I'm going to do is show you what happens in the psychology. I'm going to pull that up here. So when you look at, this is the Wall Street cheat sheet. I had this, I've had it for a while. And blow it up a little bit. So what happens is you get in, and there's some, disbelief, and you always have this hope of the recovery. You're going to recover. And then, you go into your optimism. This is really real. Like when it's happening, when you're winning, I've been there. That's why I pulled this up to show you that. Let me blow it up just a little bit more. Yeah, I can blow it up there. So to show you, this is what's going to happen in your life, or when you decide that you want to trade. These are the things that you will go through, but you cannot do like I've done. I've been down here. The anxiety, the panic, the anger, the depression, the disbelief, all of this. I suffered, when you break an account or bust an account, this is what you're going to go through. But the great thing about it is that I'm going to teach you how to develop a mindset to cope. We've got to cope with these things. And I know there is a real urgency out here to make money. I need that urgency. We all need that. the price of food's going up, all of these things that are life challenges, there's an easy way to deal with it. And if you get it organized in your mind, and I can show you how to do that just by, you joining the Living Legacy Group. I haven't set up a chat room yet, but I'll set up a chat room where I'll have videos, I'll have exercises, I'll have books, I'll have all the things that you'll ever need to get a right mindset to do this art of trading. It's not gambling, because like you heard the caster on Trader TV Live say, there's some big players into this crypto field. I made pretty good money in the crypto field. I'm just not a really good money manager. I managed to get it and I managed to spend it, and invest it. So those are things that I need to work on. So everything that I'm taping and I'm doing, I'm watching because I'm learning from my own experiences. And I've been in this journey for 5 years now. I enjoy it. I enjoy my other skilled trades that I do. I own another home services business. So I love my home services business because I go out and I meet people and I do what I like to do. I like to fix stuff. I like to build stuff. I like to make things work again. So you gotta be able to be open to multiple streams of income. If one thing isn't working right, you gotta be able to kind of switch off and find a balance. Trading might not be it. So I teach network marketing. You might like health food products or health products. You might like beauty products. I can help you develop a image for you to be able to go to the public and get people invested in you and that company, because it's not just you putting your money in. I know I went off kilter, but these are the advantages that you get in joining the Living Legacy Group. I teach you how to save in gold, and we save our profits on a platform called iTrust Capital. And with iTrust Capital, it's just like you treat trading as a job, okay, and then you put some of your earnings into your retirement, and you're able to put these things into iTrust Capital because it's a crypto-based IRA. Now, when people think of crypto, they know it's digital money. It's not paper money that you have in your wallet. But I figured it out. I've joined with a company called Engrave, and they have a product called Zero, and it's a cold wallet. So if you have extra and you want to carry your crypto and not keep it on an exchange like Pocket Options or Coinbase or anything like that, you want to keep it private, so no hacks can get to it. That's the wallet to keep in. So all of those combined, I do affiliate marketing. So I teach you how to trade. I don't charge you anything for joining the group. You just have to open up a Pocket Options trading account, open up a iTrust Capital IRA account, and order yourself an Engrave cold wallet. You're in. You're in. It's that easy. And if you stick with me, we're going to learn a lot of things, because I've got over 25 years of study and education on the mind and how it works and how we can get things to manifest in our lives. That's why I'm opening a channel called the Manifestation Scrolls, and I will be teaching on that and giving more information. But back to the market, we can see that we got a slowdown in Bitcoin already. What we want to do is look at our TradingView map, and we're going to see what's going on. So we see that we had a lot of volume that was pushed in here. And what we're waiting for this drop. And that drop, I'm looking for 42.38. 42.38. So when you look on the pocket options, 42, it might drop down to here. And what we'll do is we'll probably, if it does not break this 42,000, then I'll have to take another mulligan, and at least it'll be less, because it'll be less money that I'll be losing. I didn't want to lose over $15 on a trade, where if I was able to put a stop in it, I got to learn how to put my stops correct. So if I learn to put my stops correct, then my losses will be minimal, but I'll have another day to trade. So that's the thing. I kind of guide you, because it's still new. Even though I've been in here 5 years, it's still fairly new. There's a lot of room for improvement and a lot of room to grow. So that's why we're locking arms and we're doing this thing together. So I'm going to shut my gourd, and we're going to watch these markets, and we're going to see what kind of trades we can close today. Hey, thanks for joining me. This is the Living Legacy Group. This is our live pocket options trading using MetaTrader 5 on the Pocket Options platform. Please like, subscribe, hit that notification bell to know when I'm putting out new content, and do yourself a favor, at least open a free demo and load yourself up. You know, you can load up 50,000, you can load up whatever you want to, and trade along with me so you can learn this skill of trading. All right, so we'll be back, and stay tuned, and I will see you in a minute.
Crypto IRAs are a smart way to invest in crypto, but can often seem
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining me. You're watching Living Legacy Live, and we are trading Bitcoin today. And before we continue on, we're reaching the 11 o'clock hour. We'll take a little break, and we have this message from iTrust Capital.
Crypto IRAs are a smart way to invest in crypto, but can often seem confusing. They're actually quite simple when you just sit down and think about it. They're just like regular IRA retirement accounts. They provide tax benefits and help you invest for the future. But now they're made for the modern age, as they allow you to invest in your favorite cryptocurrencies while still keeping those same tax benefits. Here are the top 5 reasons why investors typically open a crypto IRA at iTrust Capital. Number 1. Tax benefits. When you buy or sell crypto on a regular exchange, you're subject to income tax or capital gains tax, depending on how long you held the asset for. This is where the power of the crypto IRA really shows itself. All transactions made inside of a crypto IRA are tax-free. In addition, unlike when trading on regular exchanges, you don't need to track and report on all of your transactions. Number 2, built-in cold storage security. One of the most important parts of crypto investing is storing the funds securely. If private keys get lost or stolen, those funds are gone forever. If you don't want to deal with having to create private keys, secure them, and manage them yourself, a crypto IRA is a great option for you. At iTrust Capital, we have built-in cold storage security from our partners at Coinbase Custody, the world's most trusted cold storage provider, so you can focus on crypto investing. Number 3, low fees. At iTrust Capital, we have surveyed the entire industry and have made it our mission to have the lowest fees. Other crypto IRA providers will charge up to 12% for you to purchase crypto, including adding hefty monthly fees as well. We charge just 1% per transaction with no sign-up fee and no monthly fees. Number 4, lots of options. Options, options, and more options. We strive to make sure our clients have access to their favorite cryptocurrencies: Bitcoin, Ethereum, Chainlink, Cardano, Polkadot, and many, many more. You can log into the platform and buy or sell anytime 24/7. We know that the industry moves fast and new exciting projects come out all the time. We're constantly updating our platform to provide a variety of opportunities for you to choose from. Number 5, customer experience. I hate talking to robots on the phone just as much as you do. It just feels like you're stuck in phone jail. We've made it easy for you to get in touch with our customer experience specialists who help guide you through the process of setting up your new account. In addition, existing clients also have access to the team to make sure that you always feel taken care of. Tax benefits, cold storage, low fees, tons of options, and amazing customer experience are just some of the benefits that iTrust Capital clients receive. To learn more, visit iTrustCapital.com.
Thanks for joining us. You're watching the Living Legacy Live group. We are trading Bitcoin today. We've got 3 trades in. We started our trade yesterday. It kind of went down into the gutter for a little bit, but we're going to wait for a pullback. So just stay tuned. If you would like to open a free account, the demo or the link is in the description. and you can join me. And if there is a certain stock that you would like to see on the charts, and if you want it to be analyzed, just put it in the chat and we'll get it up on the screen. Thanks for joining and enjoy your day. want to thank you for joining me today. This is Mike of the Living Legacy Group. I gotta fix my cam shot here. There we go. Can you hear him in the background? So yeah, I've got Trader TV going. I got that going, and then I'm watching the charts, reading on some material and stuff like that. So thanks for joining. This is the Living Legacy Group Live. We are trading Bitcoin today in the Pocket Options platform. We've got 2 trades in. We got 1 call and 1 put. We've been trying to keep the account afloat, but that's the life in trading. So hopefully we'll have a couple nice swings, make up the difference. But keep watching, and if you'd like to join, or if you would like to open an account, there's a free link in the bottom of in the description. You can then open an account, and you can trade. You can demo trade at first with us to get the hang of things, and then as you come back and visit more, we're going to have some more lessons and some classes that I can teach you what I've learned in my 5 years of trading the markets. So thank you again, and we will see you soon.
Binance had about a $42 million hack
Suffering
at the
cryptocurrency
time
exchange
of,
Bithumb was hacked
We're not
for
talking
$19
about
billion.
the tens of thousands, we're talking about tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars being lost.
the 7,000 Bitcoin that were stolen from the hot wallet.
Today, holding cryptocurrencies is courageous. Tomorrow, it needs to be customary. It is time to build further on the minds that came before us. Never settle for less. It is here and now that you can take control of your money, control of your identity. Blockchain is just getting started. No more collusion of the centralized. Technology is nothing without the people. Nothing without the resonance of our everlasting disagreement with the status quo. To accelerate adoption, we need a revolution in empowerment. Something more secure, something more convenient. This year, this month, this day, start truly owning what is yours with Engrave.
44,000 Ethereum. That's how much my previous project was hacked for.
As you know, this is not the only case.
That's why we created Engrave.
Our mission is to empower you to truly own your cryptocurrencies in a secure and intuitive way. Unlike traditional hardware wallets that still need a connection, imagine one where all connectivity is removed.
No Wi-Fi, no NFC, no Bluetooth, no USB. We did it, and we call it the Engrave Zero.
We removed all online vulnerabilities. Your keys are never exposed, ever.
Even if someone gets their hands on your Zero, the device is designed to detect any intrusion, and it will wipe all the keys.
We developed our solution with world-leading institutions, and our secure firmware has earned a certification higher than banks. That's how serious we take security.
Transactions are made swift and simple using our mobile app and QR codes. Scan a transaction request, verify and sign it offline, and send the signed transaction back to the blockchain. Your phone has zero information on your private keys.
But it doesn't stop there. If you lose your hardware wallet, you need a timeless backup. Therefore, we created the Engrave Graphene. No more paper wallets. From now on, you can recover your keys from our stainless steel encrypted puzzle.
Le produit Engrave, c'est la solution pour garder vos tokens et votre crypto-monnaie dans un lieu sûr.
To ensure a great customer experience, we involved the end user throughout the entire process. Because of our journey, we deeply understand the need for quality assurance, which is why we make our products in Belgium, the heart of Europe.
Back us today and become part of Batch Zero. It is your crypto. Start truly owning what is yours.
Engrave Zero, that is the wallet. Cold, out cold. Let's see if I can try to show you guys. This is what the Engrave wallet looks like. I've had mine unplugged, so it's not powered up, but as soon as I get some power in it, I'll let you guys see how I work it and everything like that. I'll have a link in the description tomorrow. This is how we make our money. We make our money through affiliate So if I sell one of these, I will get $25 in affiliate commission. Same with iTrust Capital. You get actually a little bit more. So yeah, so I get a commission on the iTrust Capital, and that's what we teach you. Hey, $300 isn't bad for just a join, a sign up, and then let's see, Engrave. Oh, Pocket Options. Also, I am affiliate with the Pocket Options platform, and when you sign up an account, we do get a commission off of your sign up. So help support our channel and help support the Living Legacy Group to build a future for the rest of the society, where we're trying to do our part to make sure that you know about wealth generation and filling in the wealth gap. So right now it's 12 o'clock noon. We're going to take a break, but we are still going to let the markets, the charts run its course. We're going to keep an eye on it. We can do these things remotely because I can teach you how to monitor your trades via remote of your cell phone. Do your cell phone. Let me show you here. So I gotta scroll and bring it up for you. Okay, there we go. So anytime that you're watching the charts or I'm watching the charts, I can actually make changes if I need to, here we go. So if I need to close a trade out or if I need to enter a position, I can do that via remote, but I can still be able to give you the feed and live stream of live trading. There's a difference in some of these things you see out here on YouTube with Pocket Options. You got a lot of options traders that they spend their time and they have to record their past results on their trades. So I've had people tell me they're, scamming, but I don't know if it's a scam or not. I'm not going to say. But what I do know is that Pocket Options offers you to trade the markets using the MT5 broker trading platform, MetaTrader 5. That's MT5, MetaTrader 5. So MetaTrader 5 is, you can get MetaTrader 5 with a bunch of other brokers. I choose Pocket Options because sometimes I like to make trades in the foreign exchange after hours, and I can do that without any hassles or any type of going to any other broker. Anything I need to do, I can do it, everything in Pocket Options. I can trade indices, I can trade stocks, I can trade futures, I can trade crypto, I can trade your foreign exchange. So it's kind of logical to me that Pocket Options is the best option. If you are just brand new starting and you want to know more, make sure you drop me a line in the chat and I will get back to you. I still have to set up a portal. I will be going to Telegram where I can give messages and advice on. I am not a financial advisor though. Got to put that out there. I am a retail trader, just like most of the people out here. If you're a professional trader, then you're on the different side. You're going to be with a big company like Fidelity or E-Trade or something like that. I'm not a broker. I am a guy out here trying to give my 5 years of experience in trading the markets. I'm bringing that to the public so that anybody can start to trade and build an income on the side. You don't have to quit your job. I did that for you. I did that for you in 2006. I've been on my own ever since. I've been a self-made entrepreneur. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with more content, and just continue to watch the markets and see how they go. All right, thanks for tuning in. Please like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and share. Gotta share. Okay, we'll see you soon.
I don't think some of them I don't know by name, but yeah, like that. I feel like
It's an 80s song.
Yeah, a lot of the 80s songs, like the beats, you kind of know. But yeah, Amazon continuing to make higher, from what I can tell so far anyway, lower highs. No, sorry, higher lows and higher highs. There we go. Got it right eventually. So yeah, I like what we're doing here. If we surpass that 153.70, that would, continue to make me confident in this. So I like the look of this. There's always also someone mentioning Tupperware in here. So let's look at Tup, because Tup was having itself a pretty good day yesterday. Let's see if Tup is up. Tup is down. Tup is decidedly down. We have this sort of double bottom though at 233, so that could be interesting, could be a moment. We were very much like, I would say that this kind of pseudo range throughout the day with that bottom of 238 to 245, 249 was kind of interesting. But yeah, I think what we do with this double bottom could be key. No.
Somebody, people in the chat typically have it a little bit before I do anyway. So if you do, please tag me or tag Adara. Let us know what the print is, and then, we'll look to verify that. Want to give you guys a shout out or a heads up on that.
Yes.
Sweet Pika. Sweaty Pika. Sweaty Pika.
I think it's sweaty.
Check on up, please. Yes, sir or ma'am. Let's have a look there. Up. What do we got on up today? Wheels Up Experiences?
Sounds kind of vacation-y.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out exactly what it is right now. Wheels Up Experiences is a private aviation company. The company offers a complete global aviation solution with a large, modern, and diverse fleet. Are they like just a private, just like flying private? What is this? All right, well, on the day, it's up big. It's up 22.62%. It's a great look. It's been a great look all day. And it ran yesterday as well. So this is a multi-day runner. UP, I'm talking about. We're going to put in the ticker right here real quick. UP, it held VWAP nicely yesterday. That broke a little bit below it in the early afternoon, but was able to close near the highs. The closing print was around that 4 1/5. We gapped up again the next day. Let's put in the pivot points here because I can't see. Actually, before I put the pivot points, let me look at the daily real quick. Figure out what the general trend on that is, and then you can obviously see the general trend is down and to the right. So a lot of hurdles to overcome for us on this way down. But what's nice is that, one, we made a newer high above the high that we made here in mid-September. That was around 4 1/5, say $4. $4 was a level. We've broken through that. And we've also broken through the 200 EMA on the daily. That's also a good look, assuming that we can close at these levels. It's been multiple days to the high side. You can see how many green candles in a row here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if we close green today, it'll be 7 days. We are above the 200 period. But I got to tell you, this level here, staring at me in the face, this $10 level. Look how many times we bounced off $10 on our way down. October 2022, again in December of 2022, and then the final breakdown came in March of this year where we broke down below $10. So expect likely resistance at that $10 area. And if you're holding this for a swing, that you may want to wet your beak at that level, or if you're waiting for a clear breakout and a change in direction, you may want to wait for $10 to break on a closing basis and to take it above there. I like the fact that the 50 is starting to curl up, is starting to point to the high side, not so much the 200. This is a really interesting look here on UP. I don't know anything but the fundamentals of the company, but it is, the chart action is starting to change a little bit. I should mention that there was a 1-to-10 split back in June of this month. So that factors into your analysis at all. Just want to let you know about that. That's a good look on up. So shout out to Sweaty Pika. Nimit, get to one more thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no worries.
Big Nimit, thanks for getting Alfred. Very useful session with him. Next time when I am in Toronto, hope I can take both of you guys for lunch and dinner. It will be my pleasure, my friend. Just let me know when you're back in the area. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you when you were here last time, but I do have token over here of your time, so I will be holding on to this. Thanks again to Big Nimit for providing that to the Katina.
Yeah. I am in this this Tesla short here. And I'm trying to range short this. I'm taking this to about, we're like a second away from getting filled. It's about, I'm just below 262. So we'll see if this comes to fruition. Amazon's still trucking along, still swinging from the vines there. Not too much to report at this point in my life. But we do have a super chat from Markells. Where is it? Thoughts on CIFR, inverse head and shoulders. Let's see how we feel.
Patterns, you say.
I like pattern. Patterns, you say. You say patterns. Okay. A skosh.
Yeah. What time frame is that, Adair?
This is a 5 minute. Was there a specific time frame you had in mind, Markells? You can just put it in the chat. Because sometimes I know like people see patterns in different time frames. Yeah, I see where you see a head. I sort of see where you see shoulders, but I think if it were gonna break out of this, I think, you know what I mean, it probably...
What indicators featuring a lot?
I was gonna say VWAP.
Oh yeah.
And also I was gonna say what I see more is this sort of a flat top, but the only issue is this, we're up on the day, so this actually would make more sense if it's a flat top. Honestly, I kind of see this more as, and I'll explain why.
Yeah, we are. You're right. Even though the chart, the pattern for it looks like it's down, it's up on the day.
Yeah, we are up on the day, which is why I'm like, you know, I think this kind of is still valid. Oh my gosh, I drew a half decent trend line. So proud of myself. But yeah, so look, we have lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. More or less a flat top around this 5-3 area. And you know what? We like confluence in these parts. Look at how this flat top is lining up with VWAP. I like it. I like, am I crazy? Or is the flat top?
And to be honest, you even go farther back, go to the, right there, like that. Look, reject.
Yeah.
Reject. Closing print below. Reject. So it's clearly featuring here.
Yeah. And I mean, even early, like look at, Sharif was right, like VWAP today with CIFR has been super prominent. We'll kind of bounce off it, then we'll touch below it, then we'll, you know, kind of use it more as support. Like VWAP is definitely in play with regards to CIFR. So I think this is an interesting look for sure. I would say though, Markells, I would say to me at least, it looks less like a inverse head and shoulders and more like a flat top break potentially, because we are still up on the day with this guy. And I think with an inverse head and shoulders, because that's a reversal, that would be more if we're down on the day. We are lower than we were, but we are still up 5+%.
Yeah, the higher lows here really need to feature, in addition to the fact that it is rejecting out VWAP. Both of those, they're contradictory, right? Because you're thinking, okay, flat top rejection, there's clearly a seller there, but the buyers are showing you every incremental trough is higher than the previous one. So it's a great look there for whatever that is, CIFR, what is that?
I think it's Cypher. I think it's Cypher Mining. Okay, it's the mining name, there we go. Yeah, so it's moving because of Bitcoin. I just looked it up. Yeah, it's...
Oh, it's like it's a crypto mine.
Yeah, Cypher,
I thought it was like legitimate mining. Like
no, I should have, I mean, I looked at this one a bit yesterday, so I probably should have clarified. Also, Stressla is not my Stressla anymore because we got out of that name. I'm very happy. In a good way though. Yeah, so I no longer have to stress about Stressla. We got out right around VWAP. This was about, and again, I'm still in the sim, but this was about, I want to say 30 cents, 35 cents in the money. No complaints here. Amazon kind of getting a little sloppy, a little lazy. Amazon calming down just a skosh. I might have to reevaluate this because what I'm seeing is lower highs, which I do not like. So I might get out around my point of entry there.
I like this. Oh boy trader. That's a sick name. Will the auction impact the bank stocks? You know, typically it impacts the overall market. You'll see the ES moving off it, the NQ moving off it. Looks like we are at 1 o'clock now. I don't know if we got the result. Typically the market tells us what the result is, but there can be bamboozling. So for example, you can get a spike up and then it can trend back down. So the immediate result or the immediate price action sometimes isn't really reflective of the actual auction result. So let's wait for the actual print. But it is a, you know, we're waiting right now. I don't know if it's going to affect bank stocks specifically, but typically it does affect the index. And if the tail wags a dog or the dog wags the tail, you're going to have to figure out which one is moving who on that particular day, because it's not always the same one. Sometimes options, sometimes futures, sometimes it's the equities that's doing the moving. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, just be cognizant of the fact that we will be getting the result momentarily. I see you, Mr. Long Shorts, about Carvana. Give me 1 minute, and I will look at Vana. John Del Segno, Newmont breaking out. I do like Newmont. That's a mining company there. So he's probably asking or mentioning that because I was just talking about mining to you.
Fair.
Yes. Mr. Long Shorts also saying a double bottom at 52 on the 30-minute and a V retracement on intraday, maybe new highs today. Let's find out what our friend Vana is up to. Shout out to the Mad One Max who used to trade this one like a
I would hear
storm.
him trading that.
Yeah, he was all up on that and traded it very successfully as well. All right, CVNA. Is this okay? So I gotta include the pre-market price action. I've excluded the pre-market price action here. Apply, and then we gotta add in the pivot points because we need to know what's up, baby. All right, let's look here. This is one hell of an upside down Christmas tree. So yeah, you had a big move down on Vana from that 55.5 all the way down to, holding essentially 52. Technically the low days 52.15, and then you have an equally aggressive move back up, coming back into that 55 and a third, finding resistance at the moment at 55 and a third. Firstly, what I'd be looking at here, Long Shorts, I think. Yeah, Mr. Long Shorts, is if we break above this 55.50, because we know that that's going to be a clear resistance area. That's where we peaked out, crested out, whatever, earlier on, and we're awfully close to that now. So can we complete the recovery vis-a-vis a break of that resistance level? Time will tell. We're doing the dance right now at 55 bucks. Are there any other price levels that I need to be cognizant of from yesterday? Well, no, this doesn't interest me over here. I'll tell you why, because that's pre-market. That's a pre-market pump at around 915, 920. Do we have anything else that I like? Yes, I like this area over here at around 57.50. That is a couple of bucks removed from where we are, but that is the trough that we made on the 22nd before breaking down aggressively there in the aftermarket. For whatever reason, we tanked in the aftermarket, or that was at 2 o'clock actually. Sorry, that's not aftermarket. In the afternoon on Vana. It's a highly shorted name, and likely there's going to be a lot of bamboozlement. Okay, so the market is absolutely pumping to the high side, which means that the bond auction was likely good. Let's see if we can break through 17.1. 17.1 has been a resistance level all day, guys. We haven't been able to break through that level, but here's that big pump up on the number. Let me check what the number is. We're still below VWAP though, but a nice move up nonetheless off that 65 area. Now we're knocking the door of 17.090. Quick, let me get out of my Instagram. And the 3-year note, sorry, the 5-year note. Big drop in the yield. Like I mentioned, the previous print, 4.420. This time around, 3.801. A marked difference there of about 60 basis points or 0.6% difference between the print last time and the print this time around. I don't know what Big Santelli said on CNBC. He's not on at the moment, so we'll have to wait and see what his analysis is after. That's often where I get my bond information, because I'm not a bond trader. I'm not that sophisticated, so I look to others to explain it for me. But yeah, I can just tell you here visually, it's a nice move up, but we haven't cleared that resistance level yet. I'm going to have to keep saying this over and over. 17.1 on my chart is going to be the key area to break. But Apple moving up regardless. I was about to say irregardless, but I don't want those people. Right?
As I said, you are in the right.
Remember that for that whole debacle from last week? Anyway, we get a print right there, Adara, at 82s. On AAPL, almost $1 in the money, awfully close to the dollar here as we're at 190, 198 entry. Now knocking on the door of possibly that 193. That's a level we've been talking about on AAPL the majority of the day. There's a reason for that, and that's because that's yesterday's closing print, 193.04, 193.05-ish area, or even 06 here as I see it, is yesterday's close. So keep an eye out at that whole dollar level. We could reject there if we try to go green on AAPL. But the market receiving the auction, the news of the auction kindly, but still within the morning's range until we can break above 17.1. The only kind of bullish thing that I see here, obviously the pump up we got is bullish, but these incrementally higher lows on every trough, on every descent, on the future.
Yeah.
It's been incrementally higher than the previous trough, so that's awfully bullish. There we go, pumping back into the 90s here. Let's put a target on that 17.1 to see if it can break.
Yeah, speaking of breaking, Amazon's not really breaking, it's just kind of not doing too much of interest here. I still like, my reasoning for getting behind this trade, although I do appreciate, I forget who it was in the chat, I think Kling Daddy being like, why maybe you could have gotten it around that 153, 50 kind of area. I do agree, I got in probably about 10 cents too late. I'm trying to get out around this 153.65. Why? Because, oh, we got out. Yay, okay. Because the scalpulation was kind of saying this is where we're seeing some issues. I'm going to keep making fetch happen, Sharif.
I told you, like any made-up words have a home on this show, so that's right down my wheelhouse. I'm giggling because I find it funny, not because I'm making fun of you.
I know. If I enjoy saying it, I'm going to keep saying it.
The future just absolutely exploded to the high side there, Adara. There goes 17.1, but a bit of a retracement now coming back into 17.1. We just exploded up to 17.110 in 1 5-minute candle. A lot of volume coming in on this candle, Adara. Could we get continuity into the high of day? Apple certainly pumping to the high side here. Big move up on the future subsequent to the auction.
Yeah, so Amazon also popped here. I'm not in it anymore, but you know what? Like I said, I'm not going to complain. I have been watching the tape a bit more carefully for my exits, and that's why I got it where I did. I did notice a little bit of hesitance to get above that 153.65. Obviously, very easy early point of entry, but who's to say I won't get it again? You know what I mean? Like, I think my kind of new strategy is to be comfortable in the trades I'm in and not try to force things. You know what I mean? So it is what it indeed is. Like I said, an area of interest for me with Amazon is this 153.90, and that is because that was where we were seeing a Scotia consolidation earlier and where we consolidated pre-market. So, because I'm sorry, I yelled and a lot. But I think one of the big kind of things I've been looking at, and this is also like something Sharif talks about as well, how pre-market levels can be kind of not as heavily weighted as levels we're trading during the day, but they can help with points of entry and exit, right? Just kind of see in what areas the stock may be finding a little bit of some issues. You know what I mean? What areas could be support? What areas could be resistance? So I am keeping an eye on that for sure. Also, Tesla. I might continue. Yeah. Go pump it. Go market. Go sports. Go market.
Go sports. Where is he? He's not here today. No, I haven't seen him here. Yeah, I think he just leaves that vest overnight. He gets cold. You saw him? No, the Katina man didn't see him either.
Well, I guess I'm trading Amazon in his absence. I guess who knows? But yeah, no. This Tesla look here, we did make a higher high, which makes me not want to short this. But like I said, like what I was trying to do with Meta, I like trading, kind of scalping within these ranges and kind of going either direction. So if I do, if this seems more longish, I will continue to scalp this long. If not, I will scalp it short. But yeah, I'm just still keeping an eye on Tesla. Also, Nvidia has been fascinating within this 494.40 range with slightly lower lows. So it's almost the opposite of a flat top break because we're seeing a flat top with lower lows instead of higher lows. So really weird look, but I mean, if I see a range, I'm not gonna ignore the range, So we'll keep an eye on it. I'm not gonna make any promises. I don't know who I'd be promising, but I won't make any promises. So there we go. Yeah, I do not dislike at all what is going on here. If anybody's seeing anything interesting moving in the chat, let us know. Also, NIO kind of doing a little bit of a reversal here in a way that I find a skosh intriguing.
Not NIO.
NIO almost doing kind of a roundy face here, or a smiley face. We sort of a rounded bottom here, swoop to the upside, took a little bit of a pause at VWAP, bounced right the heck off VWAP, heading to the upside. Next level of interest for me would be this 924 to 930 kind of area, because that was where we had this little baby top before we flew off of 930 to the downside. NIO's been a really interesting one all day. We did have a catalyst with NIO, and that was that they closed their deal, so it's now official that the $2.2 billion cash influx, the investment, I guess is a word you would use, from CVYN. So so NIO definitely an interesting one. I tried to go long in this for a minute and then was just kind of like not my style. Tony Price mentioning SoFi breakout. Yeah, I know. I believe Neil was in SoFi earlier today. I was looking at in the first half hour of the market. I know I pulled up Affirm and Upstart because both those are blowing up. So I think some of these payment names have been making moves. And yeah, I would concur, Tony Price, that SoFi is indeed breaking out to the high side. And look at this area of consolidation we had to break up of to get into that. Because, whoo, boy, I feel like I'm like, plagiarizing Obi now, though, boy. But that 1022 area, that 1022 area, like, look at this. This was such a solid top. Consolidative top once here for SoFi. Then we hit it again and we bounce right off to the upside from there, up and away for our friend SoFi. Let's look at the daily chart on this.
There it is on Apple.
Ooh.
Apple, well, look what Apple did, Adara. This is how you know the closing print is important, man. Look at this. Every time we make it up here into the white line, that's yesterday's closing print. Touch, reject, touch, reject. So we're below it right now. Doing the dance with no paints at 193, but the closing print 193.05, 193.06 on AAPL. So we'll see if this one can actually run up. This will be one of those outlying days where it opens below the pivot point and then actually possibly goes green. I mean, I have no idea, but the pivot point look for the opening print has been quite accurate, at least from my limited analysis of it. So I'll have to wait and see what we get. But nice move up on the future. Now we're really pumping, guys. Looks like we came into, oh wow. Let me just flip it back. Yeah, there we go. We're 2 points off the highs. We just made highs on the future. The future is pumping to the high side. Everything Mag 7 related is headed up. No exceptions. Some stuff is still red, but they're all moving up. So be careful with any shorts on these names, guys. Yes, mean reversion trades are valid, but just, don't stand in front of a freight train.
Don't stand.
Is what I would say to you. Apple continuing to head up here, possibly 193.25. That's where my pivot point is. That's going to be my next area of resistance if we can stay above the closing print, which we can't really stay above at the moment on Apple, right? So we'll have to wait and see what we get there. Big move up on the future, but coming down a little bit back down now. Big Kyle Burdett was saying something interesting earlier. He's like, if we don't continue to break out tops on this push, an epic short could come into play. Money cycling from equities to dollar. Dollar is very cheap, he says. Shout out to Kyle. Just make sure you're managing risk, all right? The trades, put on the trades with guts and confidence, but make sure that you're managing risk at this time because, you don't want to stand in front of a freight train, right? So that's a look there. Where am I long from Apple? Yeah, just around a little bit below VWAP, just south of that 192. That trader asking there. It's on the screen. Yeah, the position board's working. Yeah, so that's a look there, Adara. I mean, not much else really to cover other than the fact that we're pumping on the future, and the Mag 7 names are all moving to the high side. Yeah, that's really it. I mean.
It's a good look.
Yeah, rug pull incoming. Some people 5, 4, 3 says Chris Shaw. Hey man, if you get it right, let me tell you, I'm gonna want to follow you on.
Get it right.
Yeah, it's like ESP or something. That's
like
right. ESP, that'd be great. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I also wonder if, for Apple, instead of beak wetters, if it's taking a bite out of the apple. Just a thing I thought of.
Yeah, a little bite off. Yeah, that's okay.
Little bite.
Good. I like it.
Just a random thing I thought of.
Big Kyle Burdett says, I'm on the tracks at the top. I'm on the tracks at the top.
I get in front of the freight train. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
The analogy brain.
Yes, I forgot I mentioned that. Ganesh Y, can you please look at AMD and discuss good level to short? Well, we'll have a look, but I gotta tell you, AMD's up 1 1/5 today. Is the short really what you want to go for? Here's AMD. So obviously doing a bit of a dance with R1, the teal line on the teal dotted line on my chart, which is at a random area here at 145 1/3. AMD, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green days, all with higher highs and higher lows. So it's been very strong for the chips as of late. It's been a great month and a half for AMD. Goes without saying. With respect to an area to short, what stands out to me, and I'm not recommending this trade, I would not short AMD based on what the market is doing at the moment and the fact that it's up 1 1/5. That's just my personal opinion, but if you're looking for a short, the resistance level that I'm looking at here is this R1 level at 145 1/3. You rejected off it earlier at that 930 break. We got all the way up into 145 1/2. and then tanked right after that. We had another attempt at it. It looks like when the futures popped right now to break through that 145 and a third. We rejected off that again. Possibly have something set up for 145 and a half. That's the high day. Look for that to act as resistance level. But I got to tell you, this isn't the setup that I'd be looking for. I'd rather go with the trend on this, on this bad boy. But yeah, that 145 and a half could be interesting. Big John Del Segno, STNE is really absurd. Can't stop, won't stop. Let's have a look for Big John there, STNE. Stoneco, yeah, he showed me this one yesterday. We were talking about this bad boy yesterday. Let's look at the daily real quick here. And so we are an obvious uptrend break here, given the local price action. Excuse the pivot points here. I'm just looking to see where the current price is breaking above. You had the, you had a bit of a bamboozling death cross and then golden cross between the 50 and the 200. But look how spread the 50, the 200, the 20, and the 10 are. So you can tell this one's getting a great direction with respect to actually breaking out through tops. Yeah, look, I have an alert on this bad boy set up for $19. So you've alerted me to this before. I was looking for a break of that level to get me interested, and it looks like we're awfully close because now we're at $18.50 from today's high. So great look for you, John. STNE. Let's just remind everybody what this one is. Stoneco, provider of financial technology and software solutions. The company has designed its cloud-based technology platform, namely the Stone business model for its clients to connect, get paid, and grow their businesses. Okay, $5.78 billion market cap, PE, a little high versus the industry, 28 versus 23. Cash flow is good there. Just looking at what Alfred would think, 5.81, so they're actually profitable, not negative cash flow. That's really good. And the chart looks good. I mean, obviously not from the pandemic highs where we were in January 2021, around $97. But when you look at this recent price action from essentially November 2021 onwards, we are at the high end of that range. So look for that $20 break, and then eventually I would say that $30 area where we had some support there back in September and October of 2021. Good look for you there, John. Hope you print.
Yes, indeed. You know what else we're going to see prints? Tesla at this 262.80. We're coming back into this area we keep rejecting from. I was tempted to short this, but the thing that made me nervous is look what else we're seeing.
Tesla's
higher
a good
low,
one.
higher low. I am worried that this actually could be a flat top break, and that's a valid concern, or not concern, I guess. You know, it's a valid thing to think, and I think I say that because this is a continuation pattern, flat top break. We're up on the day. I don't want to be stuck in a short and then this thing flies to the high side. Do you know what I mean? So I'm going to be very cautious here. However, I do find it very fascinating the amount of times that we've failed to crack above that 262.80. In fact, since we hit it the first time decisively here, we have not really cracked it since. So that is, you know, something I want to look at. I'm not going to get involved in this name, like I said, although I would be tempted to do along if we continue to see a higher low. I would be tempted to go long here, but I don't want to really mess with this name at this point. Tesla is, it would be stressful for me at that point. That being said, I do like this this kind of baby short I had here. We did get, you know, I'm in the sim. We did get 30 sim cents, if you will. It's the 30-cent trade here. Yeah, no complaints here. And I got in on this because I did see this kind of range where we're continuously seeing, these lower lows. So I thought that was kind of an interesting look. Bandy or in the chat, Bondi, don't mess love with Tesla. Yeah, I would concur. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I tried to mess with Tesla in a very poor area over here earlier, so I was a lot more cautious when I got back in here. But yeah, getting involved in low day, I don't even know why I did this. It's not something I normally do, but that's why we're here. At least that's why I'm here to hopefully learn, and you know, if people can maybe learn from my mistakes, everything else, you know, I appreciate that.
That's what I like. Learn.
And I appreciate everybody here too, always in your sharing trades.
Charging you a bunch of money.
We're all here to learn and hopefully
for
grow
something
as well.
that you don't really learn.
I don't even know what I was doing here. I think I was thinking, I kind of saw this more as the downward move, and it ended up not at all being the case. I should have waited till we got here and then seen that we could continue
to the channel.
grow from that point.
Please like, subscribe.
But it is what it is. All I can do is reflect. Shout out to that quote about the carrot that I believe it was Andrew Ditter mentioned in the chat earlier. So yeah, there we go. Solid times. Also, Kyle Burdett mentioning the SPY here. Trade your plan is the reason for my short in the ES. Failed a break of yesterday's highs. Waited for retest on the 1 minute. Take profits at touch of today's highs and then hold apart for the bottom. Planning. That's exactly the point, right? Planning, and I think that's really solid.
Watching.
And I appreciate you for sharing your plan
1, 2,
there.
3, 4, 5 different
Mike in the
screens
chat
plus
saying,
the
nice
phone.
there, a win is a win. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, that
That's
first
what it takes.
Tesla trade was not, but you know, I can't dwell on that too much beyond just learning from it and being like, you know, I usually don't take stuff at low of day or high of day anyway, so. But it is what it is. That is the case. Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is Tesla at this 262.80 continues to be interesting. We'll have to see how this continues to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This 48.35 level, I don't know if this is what Kyle was talking about, but that's the high that we got to yesterday at Dara there at around 3:30 or so. We got into that 48.35, sold off, and then ended up closing the day out at 48.25, so about 10 points off the high. We're right back there. Again, I'm talking about the ES, not the NQ, guys. We get back into 48.35 exactly, and now we're coming a smidge below at that 48.30 level. So I think this is maybe what you're talking about, Kyle. Yes, he is. Okay, so that's what he's looking at there, looking for you know, a holding of resistance, going back to yesterday's price action. It's a great look. I mean, if that's your style of trade, kill it, man. You know, I have no problem with you printing on whatever. So yeah, it's a good look. Just want to explain what Kyle is looking at there. What else we got there? Anything else moving, guys? Tag me in the chat. Anything you guys want me to look at, we'll have a look at it for you, or anything specific you guys want to talk about, a particular industry, a particular stock, this, that, or the other. Tag myself or Dara, and I think we'll be more than willing to oblige, so long as we can, you know, talk about it intelligently and add some value. I would be. Affirm, says Sal. Sure. Affirm has been, you know, a rocket ship as of late. Been a beautiful look on Affirm.
See, I'm learning a lot about
the latter half of this
stocks
year.
I never knew
Let me just
about.
put ROI because I like that. Let's take out, which one are we going to take out? We're going to take out WBI. AFRM. Let's have a look at it.
AFRM.
Okay, so
Gotta
on
put
the
that on my
day,
watch
Affirm, what is it up today? Let me look over here, scroll down to my FinTech, 4.4%. Now, this is an interesting area here. Let me put in the ticker before I continue so people follow along. AFRM. So firstly, let's look at the daily, or where are we at here with respect to any resistance. So we're really looking at that, yeah, $60 area. Looks
See
like
what I
we
mean?
troughed
Now,
out there a couple times back
you
in
can
March
see
of 2021.
what they're talking about.
And then again
When
here in
somebody's
September
teaching
of
us something
2021.
in a book
So
or
possible
something, we
resistance
really
at
just can't
60.
get it
That's
until
fine.
You can see it.
That,
And now
you know,
it's like,
talks about
okay,
possible
I can see it.
$8 upside. Fine. Locally, though, obviously we don't have anything near these local highs. Here's the 4-hour, and we are above these peaks over here. That took us to 51. These are all 51 and change. So we're all above that. So this is the 4-hour look on Affirm. Obviously, we're at highs, fall highs. Let's say this goes all the way back to October 23rd. So let's look at an intraday look. Intraday look is we're finding resistance at this 52.5-ish area. Obviously, the high a day, 52.40. It looks like it wants to maybe set up for a double top. Again, I would never guess if we're going to double top or not, just because, you know, we rejected off that initial area. It could curl back in and then continue. Look for confirmation. Obviously, the issue with this trade, looking for confirmation, is if you're going to take the break of here around 50.50 or 50.60, you're giving up about $2 from the high. So it's not a great trade to wait for confirmation of the double top by waiting through the breakdown of the V. This being like the V component of the double top right here. It's interesting that it's rejecting off the exact same level, but you obviously you had a big move up in on the bell. You come back in, you hold the pre-market range on this little dip trade here around 50.40, and then it starts stair-stepping its way back up into previous highs, but rejecting off highs. So I don't know. I don't have a trade on this particular name, only because I wouldn't want to guess if this is going to double top or not. I mean, if you're more risk inclined and you punch in short here, obviously your stop My suggestion to you, if you do punch in short here, your stop should be the break a high a day, maybe give it a couple of shekels higher than 52.40, maybe 52.43, 52.45-ish area, give it a little bit of room. But yeah, it's just not my way to want to short at highs when we're already up 4 some odd % on the day. But if you end up printing on it, so be it. Great look for you. Masala mode? Masala mode. I like that.
Masala
Okay,
mode.
it took me a little bit of time there.
We're looking for
Let's have a look
dip
at
down on
TSM.
Bitcoin. That's what I'm waiting for. I know
Who doesn't
we're
want to
going
talk about
lower.
Taiwan Semiconductor? Obviously, the Taiwan Semiconductor, a legit, real deal company, the largest chip maker in the dang world. Let's look at the daily.
What is that?
All right. Interesting look here on the daily. Wow, look at this. This is very interesting. Why? Why is this interesting? Because this is obviously a support area here,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Resistance
Consolidated
becoming
support.
Or support
Exactly.
resistance.
Exactly. Where this was an area, obviously, between the period of January 2021 and March of 2022, we kept finding support at this $105, $106 level. Then we gave up the ghost, obviously, in the spring of 2022. We make this low, this local low, wow, at 58 bucks in November of 2022. And then look at that. Since we made that trough, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high. Now we're waiting for that next higher high above 112, where the players dwell, right?
Where the players
You know
dwell.
exactly where that's going. Right. 110 area, 112 area. Obviously, we're at 105. I think the pattern is intact for us to take that 110 area that we used to use as a level of support. The fact that we rejected it off here gives it more credence as well. Now let's look at the half an hour on TSM.
TSM.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. A big move up, a healthy pullback over 1 or 2 day period. You don't give up too much of the move, and then you head up again, making higher highs. So I got to tell you, it's finding some support on the day. This is the 30-minute look on TSM. It's finding support at the pivot point. It clearly gapped above the pivot point, found resistance, lo and behold, at R1. So resistance 1 featuring in here, but so is PP, the pivot point, finding support and resistance between that range. Sub VWAP now. Interesting if you got a dip off that 104 area, you would be nicely in the money. I think that would have been the play.
We're watching this live.
If we get back up the highs, I look to short it. But in general,
trading
I'm not
live.
really giving an intraday look on this, but in general, it is just a great looking pattern, especially if we can break above that 110 level on the closing basis. It's going to be a good look. Now, we know we have some competition coming from Intel, especially with respect to the foundry business, but it's going to take Intel quite a bit of time to catch up to TSM's manufacturing capacity, right? And Intel still is not making the low nanometer chips that TSM is able to make. I think the best Intel is doing is 5 or 7 at the moment, something like that. Could be wrong. Whereas TSM is a bit more advanced in that regard. So TSM still has a bit of a competitive edge, but there is that political issue that always rears its ugly head when it comes to Taiwan Semiconductor and the issue with China, repatriate, or whatever. I don't want to get into the whole thing with Taiwan, but you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. And yeah,
Yep.
So that's a look there.
Yes, indeed. That's a crazy area of resistance becoming support, I would say. And I think it's usually it's pretty clear when that manifests. That was a cool look, and thank you for talking through that.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
I am in this little NVIDIA short. I kind of DCA'd into this. It was planned off this 494.40 because look at this top. If we break decisively above the top, I am outie. I'm keeping the risk parameters pretty tight for this one because this is generally, I would say, slightly more shares than I normally trade. Again, in the sim here, and then I just because also it is a little risky. We're slightly up on the day, but yeah, I did keep seeing these lower lows, and I like this very clear 494.40 top. That being said, it looks like we could break above this now. This might get a skosh dicey, but yeah, the plan was to take up part of my position at this 494 area because that was where we had some consolidation. Next little piece around this 93.60 area, and then the rest probably around VWAP, because that VWAP, we were hugging VWAP earlier, then we broke below VWAP. I would probably take the next part around 493.40. So kind of parceling it out, you know what I mean, piecing out of this trade. Should we get to that point? Because now I'm a little bit concerned that Nvidia will break a little bit higher. Yeah, because you know we are pumping it. But yeah, so this is how it goes. What I'm looking for too is like, because I have this issue too, if the second things break above getting out, I'm looking for a close decisively above that 440. I'm trying to have like clear parameters here. You know what I mean? Lolo in the chat, Adara, stop shorting. LOL. That's a fair point. You know, they're not always gonna go in my direction, obviously.
NVIDIA.
But I think the thing
NVIDIA
is, too, if I
is
see
a
something I don't
software
want, you know, the
company.
whole
They
old
make
like if you
chips.
see something, say something, thing. I'm seeing this pattern. I don't want to, you know, just kind of look past it. You know what I mean? Bystander syndrome with this stock. Kind of a weird analogy, but. And look at, we also had this really clear consolidation of this 494.40 earlier today, right? Like this is the level I keep seeing on NVIDIA today. So I'm gonna try it. I understand, you know, it might not work perfectly, but this is my take on that. And you know, I think part of as well having the opportunity to kind of learn to trade is learning what works for you. And I think I see this level. We're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see how the cookie crumbles there. Also, Renata mentioning in the chat mentioning NEO. Let's look at NEO. I was looking at NEO earlier. I was briefly in NEO earlier. And yeah, NEO honestly still looks pretty solid if we can continue making these higher highs, because what a recovery on NEO. We had this full swoop to the downside in the morning. Then we had a nice little kind of roundy face, smiley face type situation, and then moved to the upside.
What did you say?
The upside.
The upside?
Yeah.
I love. I don't know. Because I couldn't tell if it was the upside or la upside, but I'm like, did I hear?
I mean, it is.
It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that's fine.
En français.
Yes.
Sort of bad, poor French, but yeah. Oh yeah, DJ Dubs. If you see the thing, say something. I thought that was for Stranger Danger. It is. Definitely not for stocks, but repurposing, as we do here. Yeah. No, Lolo, I appreciate that. I wasn't trying to be all salty. I was just trying to, you know, acknowledge the comment, and I do agree. Like, oh, what are we looking at here, Neo?
You're looking at your favorite car, Adara.
I do like the ET9.
So this is the NEO ET9. One of the reasons NEO has been pumping to the high side. It's a good-looking car, man. And like you guys know, I've been quite critical of NEO.
About this car.
You know, in recent times, they are really changing what they're doing. They're shoring up the balance sheet. They're prioritizing battery production. They're focusing a lot on SUVs. And that's kind of what you want to see. You want them to respond to market demand and to get their house in order. What a looker this car is, man! I gotta tell you.
I want a dealership.
Square, round
NEO
steering wheel.
dealership.
What do they
That
call
would be
this?
cool.
There's a word for this. Where the squarish, roundish steering
I feel
wheel.
like I've heard Randy use it. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
think of the name.
I forget what it is. Anyway, this is a great looking car. This is the ET9, guys. It's their real big push into the luxury SUV market. It's $122,000 US, whatever that converts into yuan, but it's obviously not for the
weak at
trader
heart.
market. Let's say it's more of a niche market. It looks to be, you know, equipped to the T's there with functional spoiler and all sorts of cameras every which way. It's a great looking car. I gotta tell you, man, I follow this account on TikTok, and it brings me all these new Chinese EVs. Some of the companies I've never even heard of.
Right.
And man, they're
and I check them
great
out all
looking
the time.
cars.
This is why I want
for the most
into
part.
the
Look at
EV
this.
industry.
Wow, that's a great looking. Look at how the
at
back
that.
seat reclines like that. Kind of reminds me of the
Bentley.
Land Rover, the Range Rover Autobiography, or the 760 Li, or the Maybach.
Look at that.
Yeah.
The
This is
Maybach,
kind of what it reminds me of, right? Like these two-seater in the back, and you're supposed to be like a huge OG. And you're supposed to be driven around in this thing. You're not supposed to be doing the driving.
OG.
Great looking car there. 122,000 smackaroos, Katina, man.
Guess I gotta start saving.
Yeah. It's a good looking car.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He's gonna take more shares.
It's gonna
instead. All right.
Better start trading.
For Christmas. For the new
Yeah.
No, it's a really good look, in my humble opinion. Not that I know that much about cars. Like, we know my main thing is I like a boxy looking car. But that being said, I do like the look.
Yeah,
of that
I like it. I got.
And I like that it has the little, the things, you know.
Steering yoke.
The steering yoke, that's what
No, but Michael, I'm responding to Michael Lloyd. There was a different word used. It was like a play between square and circle. I forget.
Squircle? No.
I don't know. I forget. If
Squircle?
anybody in the chat knows what I'm talking about there, that'd be great if you can tell me. Look, everyone's chiming in here about their opinions about the car.
Give me some views
Mike
in
says,
here.
I refuse
Thanks
to
for
support
joining.
China.
We're
I
live.
respect that.
We're trading live.
It's a squircle, says Chef Joe. Steering yoke, says Michael Lloyd. And then James Dell saying a lot of espionage, possibly there with stealing intellectual property. So yeah, look, all your points very well received, and I completely respect all of them. I'm just making a comment on the design of the car. I think it's a hell of a looker, and I like the fact that NIO is focusing a little bit better on shoring up its balance sheet and focusing on what matters. All right, anyway, Apple, the trade that I'm in, now above 193.05, above the previous day's closing price. We got a bit of a beak wetter here at 15. Let's see if that one gets filled. The market is above 17.1. It wasn't able to take the previous level that we made at around 10 o'clock. It wicked above it ever so briefly and then kind of moved right back down, but stair-stepping up, putting in higher lows here. All these incremental troughs are a little higher, than the previous one. So it looks like we might be, coiling up, setting up for a big break, possibly in power hour. Make sure to hang out with the big kahunas on the close, as that is the more liquid time of day and when we could really run on these markets. So we'll have to pack our patience, see if the NQ can continue to run. Apple has been the more directional of the trades on the Mag 7 as of late. It didn't start that way. It was definitely Tesla earlier on. Tesla rocketing up on the news of the redesigned Model Y, getting off that 257.52 low and moving up into that 263 and a third area. But more recently, it's been Apple for the win on the back of that new news that they won their appeal to temporarily halt the ban of the sale of their Apple Watch. So Apple continuing to rise here. Everything else, I gotta tell you, Mag 7 related. I mean, Meta's gotten a little bit of a nice push up here, especially with that latest touch into R2 or that 359 level. That's the dark dotted blue line on my chart. I love how Meta's ranging in between R1 and R2. I really do like that.
That's a good look.
And it's not featuring VWAP at all. It's literally R1 and R2 that are, it's straddling. So the more that I use pivot points, the more I like them.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's my little spiel there on the market and on Apple, waiting for a beak wetter here at possible 50.
Yeah.
AMD high a day, says Pitchbull.
Ooh. I can pull up AMD. Also, yeah, I think it's cool that you use the pivot points as well, because I think it shows how sometimes these areas, they're not coming from nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Coming the previous high, previous day low, previous day close, and it shows how these previous levels can really factor in and help firm levels on the day. AMD's gorgeous. I wish I had more to say than that, but holy cannoli. Look at these higher lows, higher highs. This is an uptrend if I've ever seen one. Let's look at the daily on AMD. Shout out to Sharif. But yeah, so I mean, yeah, I'm sure Lisa Sue and her Pepsi Blue suit are like smiling right now. I know Sharif loves that suit. We've had multiple conversations about that suit. Yes, we were in an uptrend.
See, what I
then
can
we had
do
sort
is
of a double
explain
top
to you
around
what
June 2023. Went into a bit of a downtrend. Then we double bottomed at this 96-ish area around October 3rd and then October 31st. And then on November to Remember, shout out to Sharif, came in, we flew to the upside with a vengeance. Yeah, this is a really gorgeous uptrend, and AMD seems to not want to be stopped by anyone here. Also, really important question here. I think it was Noah in the chat saying, Sharif, if someone gave you any of these EVs for free, I think it was specifically the Chinese EVs, which one would you pick?
Either the G6 from XPEV or this ET9. I like the Li Autos for family cars, but personally, I wouldn't like them for myself.
That's fair.
Yeah. And Li Auto, they have like the iPhone approach to the cars, where they make the cars identical but just different sizes. So you'll have the the L6, L7, L8, L9, and they all look alike. It's just, you know, one's bigger than the other. Even the interior is the same. The way that they have the screen set up on the passenger side and for the rear, they're all the same, just different size. I like them. I like the fact that they're hybrid. They're not a hybrid. They're actually fully electric, but there's a generator to recharge the engine. I like that, especially because I don't think the infrastructure is there to support all these EVs quite yet.
Of course. That's why we got to get in now.
With respect to design, definitely the G6 or the ET9. Those ones are definite lookers, and they look a lot better than the Auto car. That's just the truth. So
some of those Li Autos were a tad sad to look
okay.
at. Yeah.
All right, guys, there we got a beak wetter there on AAPL as we break through that 193.15. We have a high of day now on Apple, 193.19. Why Brothers United? I want Apple 197, please, and thank you, greedy trader. LOL. The Katina man spinning the money for you. I hope you print. Well, are you spending money for him or for yourself? Or both? Yeah, he says 197 will be nice. The Katina man is long 192.80 on AAPL, so he's in that trade as well. Keep your eye on that. Do you feel like Ram's been like awfully quiet today? Like I haven't heard a peep out of her over there. What's going on over there, Ram? I don't know, but I'm. Oh, what about Amazon? 153.85 Katina man, and go for it, Adara.
Yeah.
Katina man wants to know your opinion.
So I was in Amazon earlier and obviously got out way too early, but here's my opinion on Amazon. We had a downward trend, then we broke it decisively when we broke above that 153.50. Went to upside. We are around VWAP, which is, you know, a key level. Sean and I were discussing it when he was very nice enough to have me on the market recap. We did discuss, shout out to that. We are at VWAP, but what's also interesting, and this was the area I was originally gonna take out some of my profits that I stayed in this trade, because look at this consolidation we had earlier around this 153.9. 153.9 could be a bit of an area for Amazon.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that was, you know, what we were looking for here, but that's my take. We're about up 0.3% on the day. So yeah, I'd like to see what we do as we approach this 153.90, because that was where we had kind of, I guess, where the downward trend kind of began after that big move to the downside. So I think this 153.90 would be a very different story for Amazon. Oh my Lord. But yeah, we had this, I guess, a bit of consolidation, and then I moved to a downside earlier. So it'll be interesting to see what we do here. That would be my take. And yeah, this is definitely an instance where we're having this move to the upside. We're having this key level from earlier, and it's confluencing, shout out to Obi, with VWAP in Amazon, which is his favorite stock, so look at that. But yeah, I think this is a really interesting look. I like this one. Yeah, good look.
Yeah, good look on, well, Amazon's been a rocket ship as of late.
That is, I was looking at the daily earlier, and it's like, holy cow.
Brendo asked me this. He's like, who'd he put to me? He put to me Amazon and a different stock, and he said without looking who's had a better last 6 months, and I forget the comparator. It was Amazon, another one. I said Amazon it was Amazon. Amazon has been an absolute rocket ship as of late, and you know, I gotta tell you, I even asked Alfred this when he was on the desk. I'm like, how do you feel about these companies completely working outside their moat? Like Amazon, they're not a shipping company. Yet all of a sudden that they're one of the biggest shipping companies.
Yeah, they're bigger than FedEx and UPS. They beat the parcel volume.
They used to sell books. Now they're like the biggest cloud provider, biggest logistics provider. I mean, like what? They don't care. They will work outside their moat and they will execute well. I mean, that puts everybody in like that should make like everybody fearful because they could be coming for your industry too anytime. You know what I mean? And you don't know, and you can't compete with them with money. They're going to outspend you, and they'll probably steal away all your talent, you know, which is, we saw Apple with that whole Massimo thing. That whole thing was Apple was supposed to buy Massimo and acquire its technology. They just ended up poaching all their people. And Massimo, obviously, you know, they're going to get maybe their justice here. Who knows? I don't know the details of the case. But the point is, these monster companies, they can just get into whatever industry they want and seem to do well with it. And that should be concerning if you're invested in other companies. But yeah, this is the look here on AMZN, the daily. We were knocking on the door, Adara, in January this year. We were at $80. Now we're up at 154, so we're almost doubling here within the span of 1 year, almost doubled. So it's been a great look for Amazon, no question about that. A couple outlying events on earnings here where we sold off, but the trend still intact up and to the right.
Yeah, I also like that we broke that double top area.
Yes.
Or almost a triple top.
Yes,
That,
a clear resistance level.
Yeah, thank you for, that's a better way of putting it. But yeah, I just saw that and I noticed that. Also, I love the look of the pivot points when you zoom out. It looks like a fuzzy sweater.
Yeah, I know. It kind of really distorts all the thing there, but I don't want to keep taking them.
No, I don't dislike. I mean, it's kind of like a fun little and you can still see the directions, but it's like a little fuzzy sweater encasing the price action.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
there we go.
All right. Yeah. And what's the look there? Anything on your end? How's that Nvidia trade looking?
I left Nvidia because Nvidia, like I said, we had a candle above that that decisively above the 494.40. So I did have to leave Nvidia. That being said, you know what I mean? Like I stand by my point of entry on this name, although we did break above it. And I would still like to see what we do at this pre-market level of resistance, that 495. And the thing is too, I know someone mentioned in the chat as well, like, you know, why shorting Nvidia, like kind of a strange move. We're up on the day for Nvidia and the market, and this is an area of support. And I mean, I would say maybe this was an area of support earlier, but support can become resistance.
Oh yeah.
And I think with Nvidia, it's very clear that 494.40 area was an area of resistance, right? And so I'm not trying to, not trying to get all starting beef. I'm just, I guess, explaining my reasoning here, right? We did have lower lows as well, and this flat top. This like 494.40 was holding for Nvidia pretty well, and then we did break below it. And at that point, I got out. Or I mean, we decisively broke above it. And at that point, I got out. But I do understand your reasoning. And yeah, I wanted to explain, like, that's kind of why my view of these levels was it was an earlier area of support. It did become, I would say, a pretty strong area of resistance. And things happen, and that's why I decided to get out. But here we go. Also, Feroz, I think in the chat mentioning Google or Goog. Sorry, I will go without the L because they're specifically saying Goog.
Netflix?
Approaching VWAP. Okay, this is an interesting look on Goog. We had the big move to the downside, and then we had this nice kind of chop and churn over here. Oh.
Yeah, I'll take it from you because you need to swap your battery.
Appreciate that.
Sorry, so Dara's just got to take a little bit of a timeout here. But the Neo battery. Okay, Katina, man, I see you. There's a lot of comments here being said about here on Amazon in the chat, and I want to read some of them out because a lot of them, they make good sense. Amazon, says James Dell, is a big reason there are empty department stores in your town. That's a very good point. No question about that. We've seen that department stores are not in vogue anymore. Lolo, Amazon good scammers. They know what sells and they just make an Amazon basic version of it. That's another, it's like, in-store brands or house brands or whatever you want to call that. What else is being Zach Frack? They copy everything. Well, I mean, isn't imitation the best form of flattery, or so my mom says? I mean, I have no idea. And the point is that they're really kind of able to take your business and do better with it. You should be worried about that. Lolo says vertical integration is awesome. Amazon, yes, vertical integration is so important, especially in the EV business. So when you look at companies like BYD and Tesla that make their own batteries and produce their own, make their own cars as well, they don't have to outsource to others. That's very important. That's why BYD is such a big name in the EV space, because of that vertical integration rivaling Tesla's. Now I know that Tesla has a deal with Panasonic or Samsung, I forget who it is, at the Fairmont facility, but they're essentially connected. That part that's owned by either Samsung or Panasonic, I forget who it is actually part of the same building at the Fairmont facility. And so what ends up happening is these robots will carry the batteries on these predetermined paths inside the factory from one side to the other. And so it's, for all intents and purposes, it's vertically integrated, and it's just becoming even more so with their battery plant in Buffalo, and they're making batteries now in Nevada. Vertical integration in the EV business, so important as well. It's Panasonic, says Lolo. Thank you. I just forgot who it was. Doesn't matter if it's an online shipping company or an online whatever sales company or the EV company. Vertical integration seems to save a lot of money, Dara, and that's why people champion it. All right, Apple is now knocking on the door of $193.50. So we've been wetting our beak through the move up here. What's going on there, Katina, man? Breaking news. I like it. Make sure to check out the market recap show. The Katina man is testing out his animations up there on the big desk. There it is.
Oh my
Stock
gosh,
Blitz.
there's so many cool ones.
I know. I like that. I like that one a lot.
Bang. Really
Yes.
Bang.
Ask Katina Man about his new trades, please. Why, brothers? Katina Man, any new trades you want to announce, even though you're going to be on in 10 minutes? No. He said an affirmative no.
I like that. Decisive.
Yes, exactly. Long Apple, short Snapchat. You heard it here first. All right, moving up here on AAPL Adara, 193.48 high. It's just a matter of we're above the pivot point now. And he's short Palantir for anybody following along. I'm talking about the Katina man. We're above this pivot point now. So do we find resistance here? And that's kind of what I'm worried about here, that we find resistance at this 193.5. It's also a trough that we have to take into consideration from, a crest that we have to take into consideration from yesterday. It was exactly at that 193.5. We're right back there now. Could we break through this level here on Apple, or do we start turning around here or seeing that we are at this pivot point? I don't know. I don't know if the pivot points are featuring too much in Apple's price action today, Dara, but we're going to have to pack our patience and see if we can print a little bit more on this name. I'm going to have to bid adieu a little bit early as I have to go set up at the big desk. You're all ready to go?
Oui, oui. Yeah.
Oui, oui. All right, guys. I will see you up at the big desk.
Yeah.
Dara's going to take it from here.
Indeed, yeah. Thanks. Let's continue on this crazy journey of the rest of the midday. What I think too is interesting about Apple, also great trade, Sharif. That's a gorgeous look. Also, yeah, Sean's in that Apple long as well. It's a really nice one. I think too, it shows that sometimes the pivot points are going to be valid, and sometimes in the case of Apple, maybe they're going to be less valid. But I think pivot points can be used as a tool like VWAP, where it's like sometimes it's going to be relevant, other times it's not, but it's always kind of nice to know what it's doing, right? So that brings me back to, I was looking at Goog without the L for Pharos in the chat, and basically saying it's approaching VWAP. See, yeah, it's approaching VWAP, but I would argue that VWAP doesn't seem to be super interacting with Google today, right? We were kind of just below VWAP for most of the day. I think if we break above VWAP, that could be interesting as confluence, but I think what's more interesting would be us breaking out of this flat channel. We do have a lot of kind of build up here around this 141.70, so that could be key if we break above this. But right now, it seems like we're kind of stuck in this range from this 141.20 to 141.70.
The list about the range. 3 names?
That would be kind of key to see that if we break out of this, first and foremost. I would say that's probably more key than what's happening with VWAP. That being said, it is interesting that this breakout would be happening right at VWAP. So yeah, I think good level to know, but not always a level that's going to have some interactions. Noah saying, Adara, how long until you're trading live? I'm learning lots from you about charting as you're learning. I can't wait to see you live and profiting. Thank you so much. Happy to learn. I hope we're all learning together. See, the thing is, yeah, going live is about consistency. Unfortunately, I am not super consistent in the sim as of yet. Today was not my best day. As we saw, there was that kind of failed NVIDIA short, my first failed Tesla short, though the second one ended up working out. But yeah, so I think to answer your question, I'm not sure. I'm working and hopefully trying to learn every day and trying to go to the upside. Thank you, Andrew Chow. Yeah, hopefully we're all learning together. Appreciate that. But yeah, so to answer your question, I think it's really just about becoming more consistent, which I am working towards. It's also because trading is not like I'm at the big desk as well. I'm doing other things. So I'm mostly trading on the midday. But yeah, I appreciate that. Jay Carter saying, don't feel bad. This is a super volatile market. Best market to learn and get your start. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And also, I'm learning from Brendan, from Sharif, from Neil, from Sean, from Obi, everybody here. Like, great community. Bears versus Bulls saying best trading community in the world. I agree, and I think I feel really lucky to be part of this. Some people mentioning NVIDIA, so I will chat about NVIDIA, because I have thoughts about NVIDIA. So I think NVIDIA, like I said earlier, there were 2 key levels in NVIDIA with which I was interested. The first was this 494.40, and why I say that?
Right. We're in the midday.
Pre-market, then we had that big dip below.
We're going to
this kind of area.
Just hush that up for a second. So thank you for joining me. This is Michael Hayes at the Living Legacy Group, and we are live. Today is December 27th. It is coming up on 2 p.m. And we're going to take a break here. We're going to just let the charts run. We are in the red or in the green on Bitcoin a little bit. And I think what we'll probably do is decide if we'll have to make that loss if it does rise above $2. So if it does rise above $2, that means we have to cancel this trade here. We'd have to cancel this trade here. We got one lot there, and we're in the negative $10.54. Now the reason I believe I would cancel it, because if this rises anymore, this can go from $10 to $20, and I'm only making maybe $5. So that's a backwards ratio to profit on the coin itself, because we have to, if I'd have caught it here and just said, if I put in a call here instead of a put, then I would have been in the money. But I looked at this drawdown right here. I got alarmed by this, and it broke through this line here. When it broke through, I seen it continue. So looking at the price, and the price was $42,000. I was involved in my last. That's on MetaTrader 4. I was involved in my last positions on MetaTrader 4, and it happened to. I over-leveraged myself. I had too many trades out there. That's why I had some oil, I had some Bitcoin, I had some sand. I had all of these trades going on at once, and it literally went, when things dipped, well, my account was blown. So now I'm going to be smart. I'm trading one thing only, and that's going to be at a time. So once we make a profit maybe on the Bitcoin, we might go to a different coin and trade on those coins. But for now, we're going to watch these trades. If we make $2 here, then that means we'll close this trade out here, and that would probably be 12. We can't go over $15 because we've already, from 65, we're down to 41. And because of certain circumstances, it's going to be more challenging to put Bitcoin on the platform. It's not going to be, I won't go into that. But anyways, thanks for joining. Remember, like, subscribe, and if you like this content, if you'd like to see a pair, if you'd like to see a stock, and I can help you understand it, analyze it, I can go through and show you what I've learned in the last 5 years on being a trader, a up-and-coming professional trader. Because everything I do, I take to heart, and I like to make sure that I can become a professional at it. Thanks a lot, and stay tuned for more.
top.
Yeah, that's it's a funny day here right
Market's
now.
hilarious.
We're just doing sort of the same thing that we've been doing all day here. Look at Snapchat. We just reshorted that one. We talked about, someone asked it in the midday show. Thank you for asking what I was doing. I mean, here's short Snapchat, here's short Snapchat, here's short Snapchat. Again, we just came back into VWAP, so we'll watch out for that one. We've been shorting Palantir as well. There's a short in Palantir. There's another short we just took right now on Palantir as well to the downside. And then we've been long in Apple. We were short Apple ahead of VWAP, and then we got that news right around 11:30, 11:45, and then all of a sudden off to the races. And of course, as per usual, we are very, very light now. We're about 20% or so. Still want to hold Apple, see if we can get a little bit longer here in this name, as we have really dipped down now in the NASDAQ. We'll have to find an area maybe to buy some more in Apple. But yes, sir, Snapchat printing a dime piece right now, Palantir printing as well. And then we had Tesla earlier, and Tesla is the #1 stock on the show. Going long at 260 right there, all the way up to the upside. It was an absolute monster trade. We just should have reshorted it. Let's see what happens now. Tesla's still super strong. It's the #1 name wherever it is here on the sticky note for long 260. So I hope y'all have that one. That was a good one. And again, kind of gave you a chance to reload it right there. But we're always waiting for this 200 period. The problem is now we're underneath it. So let's wait to see if the NASDAQ has legs. Great. And that's good for us, as we are long the biggest and the baddest name, I think, now in the market with Apple. I just feel like this one has, obviously, unless we hear something about the ban, sort of, apparently it was like overturned there. So, you know, we're going to wait. But that's, you know, they still got it, like, oopsies. Like Sharif mentioned there, they're going to take a minute to figure this all out. So I don't know if this means they can immediately start to sell the watches again or what. But for right now, the NASDAQ just heads right back down to the bottom. We've got some pretty good shorts on, as well as this Apple long from days. So Apple, nice trade. We'll see where it can go from here, though.
And that we're looking at here, Apple wins bid to pause Apple Watch ban at U.S. Appeals Court. Earlier in the day, we had reported to you that Apple was asking the Federal Circuit to pause the ban at least until the U.S. Customs and Border Protection decides whether the redesigned versions of its watches actually infringe on Masimo's patents, and to put the ban on hold while the court considers Apple's request. The Customs Office was slated to make that decision on January 12th, so this postpones all the bans until at least January 12th, when that decision will be made. We'll see what happens at that time. It should be noted, though, guys, Apple's wearables, home devices, and accessory business, which they group together, includes Apple Watch, AirPods, etc. They account for $8.28 billion in revenue in the last quarter, guys. Here, Apple at 193. What's a look?
It's not necessarily rocket science. It had made a double bottom when that news came out on Apple. It was a double bottom at 191. The second the news hit, this is the volume spike at 1125 or 26 or something like that. The first available consolidation, I went long on the 60 level right into VWAP. It then consolidated higher. The morning range got the long off 192. Held that into 193. I had a quick scalp trade on that backside, but I don't like the fact that I didn't wait for a consolidation there. So sometimes you catch a falling knife where you're looking for a consolidation. It's better to actually get a consolidation. Was shorted this morning when it was relatively weak. That was a different story. Like Apple and Rivian thought were at the open two good shorts, and it was a good short to the downside for Apple. Now it's a different story. Because you have this pause, it's been trend up. This is the first time that it's made since that fail of $200. It's the first time it's actually made it back off of those lows. So it's a good look for Apple. I'd like to see some continuation. It's starting to hold the 193. But from short, you've got to be able to reverse it. The news hit, immediately looking for longs after that. And maybe the market can get back to the highs. If it does, I see no way Apple wouldn't take out the tops. It's not the only name that could do that.
Guys, we just did this again, so we're still here, reloaded. Right now on Apple, so we just reloaded it at the bottom there. So let's hope it's the bottom. Right there, look at that. Falls right in, man. We buy the 90, we bought 97s, I believe, and then 96s. I don't know what it was. And then we're just getting a little bit out right now. We still do have a good position on this one. I still think now it's, There's a reason why the market's sort of ripped up right there. Great news there from Apple, and we know what kind of a percentage Apple is right now. 51% of Berkshire, 7 or 8% of the S&P, 13, 14% of the NASDAQ. And all those could be a little bit off, but it's such a big name that if this continues to go to the upside, would not surprise me the rest of the day. So, the reason why it was down, we talked about this earlier on in the day. This is why it's just too bad that I didn't flip over. Like, this is me going short because of the weakness in Apple right against that 191.70. But, that was the problem. We took the L right there, but then since then, we just flipped it up. I was waiting for 193 to break. My first ins were 192.90 right there. Felt like it was going to go in. Then we averaged it back in at the 50 period and then just ripped it all the way to the top side. So again, not knowing where it's stopping, taking a lot of shares, we just average it out all the way up. And it's going to be, once again, hopefully a good one. And then Snapchat, by the way, on that, let's go one more time. Yes, sir. We held it all the way down below VWAP, and now we are out of Snapchat for another victory there. It's going to be number one stock today is going to be Tesla, then Snapchat, and NIO is pretty good as well. So we'll talk about NIO, I think. Oh, no, we don't. Nope. Okay. Let's talk about crypto, another trade that, unfortunately, Coinbase at 180 is going to haunt me for a little bit. We'll look at that in a minute.
33,000, guys. That's where we are above on Bitcoin right now. 2,300 above that level on Ethereum. Ethereum up big on the day, about 6%, rivaling Bitcoin's 2 1/3. We've been talking a lot about this. The discussions that are happening between a lot of these ETF applicants and the SEC, they're getting down to the nitty-gritty. They're discussing technical details, whereas before the conversations were outright no's and no thank you. So experts are now positing that the approval could be imminent. You've had the equity names pump up too for crypto. Coinbase up almost 7%, and Mara taking that $30 level now up 13%. Guys, what's the look here?
These stocks have been rocket ships for a few days in a row now. Like, yesterday was a consolidation day, if you want to call it that, for Mara. There was still $1.50 move off the bottom for Mara, which on a consolidation day is pretty darn good. It still gave you 5-6% if you took it. Today was more of just a breakout. Was looking dip buy on Mara. Anyone that knows, if you're watching the morning show, when we go over sort of the game plan, it was dip in, for me, it was dip into any previous resistance level or key level, 27.70, 27 even. The close price yesterday was 27 even. So I was looking for that. And when it started to go, I traded 29s, I traded 30 a couple times, and paper hand. You'd still be in it if you don't paper hands, because it's at 30.5. So I just think you do what we look for in the afternoon on Mara lately, which is take the stairs to the upside. Buy any dip that's reasonable. I think a play back into 30 can make some sense in here on the 15-minute when the market just pulled back. It just bounced off 30.15, so it's reasonable to expect that that could be a bit of a level. There seems to be no stopping the unwind in this. Every time you think it's gone parabolic and it's too far, Mara just keeps on going. There is a level approaching on the daily, however, for this name. It's up and around $32. Whoops, that went too far. Right about 32.5 bucks is a pretty significant level for Mara on the daily. So I suppose if it gets there, maybe there's a short, but you've been wrong if you've been trying to short this name for the last, month, I guess.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for sure. Apple's trying to come down a little bit right now. I just want to show everybody again, make sure you join for the recap show, as traders will stay late tonight again. All right, so that's going to be at 4 o'clock. Look, I just want to show everybody and just discuss what the story was. I wrote this at 8 o'clock, obviously, and when or even earlier, when, where was it? Coin was at 176. So we wrote down in here 180 long. Look for a top break. We talked about it here. Key level on the daily. These trades have been great, so it should continue as crypto space is still hot, right? Looking at 43,000. Look at Mara as well, approaching 30 bucks. So we wrote all this stuff down. You can find it, at Trader TV Sean there on X. But if you're looking at, first of all, let's go to the downside for Palantir. All right, so there's Coinbase. and there's the 180 break. And then when that happened, it shot straight up to 186. You had a little bit of a dip down in there, but if you took that 180, you got $3 if you just closed your eyes, and sort of even if you fumbled your trade, I think you would have got $3 or $4. And then right there, a nice move back up again to 186.31. Now you're bouncing off VWAP. So I still like this trade. I think it's going to be pretty tight down there. All right, just quickly, here comes Apple right down into 85, 86 again. We just got filled, so I'm going to take a little bit out as we continue to go to the upside here, as I have a lot of shares one more time on this name. So here we go. We'll just start to scalp a little bit out, and hopefully we will be able to do that as, again, just getting out of some of these. We just got an 82 fill or something like that. Yes, we did. So we got a nice little 82 fill on the downside here. So watch out. If this breaks 192.75, I'm going to be out of Apple. Like, I feel like we've done a lot of damage here in and around 193. I don't mean damage like P&L wise. I just mean that it's traded around here for a while. And I just thought it would have gone up a little bit more than where we'd be going right now. Right back into pre-market levels, really struggling here at 193. I mean, sure, it got going. We have a good fill. We have a 50 fill, right? But that coincides with yesterday's top as well. So that could have been emptied out everything up there, and we didn't. Well, we did. We did. This is a reloaded position, obviously.
Before we get back, we should talk about the futures.
Yeah, go nuts, man.
No, just quickly, because the futures are pretty much at the same bottom. With the NASDAQ just teetering on trying to hold green. This was morning support down here at 1706. And it's also the level where things fell off last week when you had that 2 o'clock flush. It was off of this level as well. So if the market can bounce here, strong stocks dip by. I have a trailing stop on a firm. My short, Nikola, who cares? It's a penny stock, so I don't think it cares about the market. But if you have long, if this support goes, I think you're in a world of hurt. Well, the market could be in a world of hurt. That was a big reversal. It looked like we were breaking out the top, and we're just going to continue gliding to the upside 15 minutes ago. And that reversal, I want to give it some respect. I am looking at AMD as a dip buy opportunity because it's held 145 and is bouncing really nicely here. But let's get back to the desk. Meta. I don't think, do we trade some Meta today?
For a reason for the sell-off, not able to see one yet. But yeah, from one Meg 7 name to another Meta, getting a nice little comment from Wedbush analyst Scott Devitt today. He's maintaining the outperform rating on Meta and increasing the price target from a cool $350 to $420. That had Meta moving up well over 1% today, but rejecting that $359 area, guys. And with the overall market coming back down now, sub 357. Is there a trade to be had here?
If the market breaks the lows, Meta might be a short. It might be a short here. I know we got a price target increase. This wasn't necessarily. I don't think it wasn't really a trade for me. I would have loved it if it could have been breaking 360, but it just did not get going off that double top. If anything, I guess if you had a short bias, the 359 short was good. You're back underneath that 357 resistance level, so it feels like a short off of that level if the markets break the low of the day. So there wasn't a trade today because I didn't think it set up better than the other things we were looking at. It felt like it made a lot more sense to be looking at the crypto names. I like SoFi much better to the long side. But that's going to be it. You have to prioritize. If you had taken a breakout on Meta right at the open, you would have made $3. That's not bad. You get a full point on that move, and that's going to be okay. I just like the other names. And if we break the low of the day, I'll be looking for shorts underneath 357 on Meta. But I don't want to be shorting as the market's at that support. It's a little bit dangerous because all we've done is go back and forth, high to low multiple times. You don't want to get caught shorting the bottom and the market bounces back to the top.
No, we're I'm trying to get long Nvidia 493 right now. Almost could have got it. Came down to 493.20, but I'm like slippery slope here with Apple. Like, I've just gotten some out. Like, I got some more out there at 85. We're getting lighter and lighter. If this breaks 75 down to the downside, then we want to get out of Apple. And I have the order triggered, so as long as that happens, good. We do again. We do have a little bit of a position here. We've talked about that, which is why I just scalped it out when we went up to 87, 88 there, because I'm not trusting. I'm long at 83 too, because remember, we've averaged in. The Apple has not been pretty the last little bit, and how could it be when the market is doing this? I just explained the weightings on Apple, and it's not going to work out, right, if this continues to do that. So we'll wait for it. We still are, of course, short Palantir, and then our Snapchat. We emptied it all out when it came into some of these levels. I don't know, 78 the bottom. We'll take an 82 fill or whatever that was. $2 for now and hope this works out. Meta, okay, I like Meta. I also like, I like a lot of names here today. I've traded probably too many of them. But Meta, yeah, good look. Neil talked about it right off the open there. Just a monster move. I think that, the fact that it double touched 359, probably a pretty decent short. Whenever you get that second look, it's kind of like right now, like how many times are you breaking through this bottom, before eventually it breaks and you get this wick move all the way down to 356, basically flat. So as soon as you break like 357, it almost just kind of like flushes $1 there. So let's see if it does have legs to come back upside. But if these futures don't continue to go and Apple kind of just sits around where it is, then I think Meta's probably a short, but we're under view up and under the 200. So for me, I'm not that interested until we get back into those levels. So I'm honestly, I'll probably look, if you don't like the word Apple, or maybe you're not a fruit guy or whatever, I just feel that it's going to be difficult for you to watch me trade, because I'll probably be I am really focused right now on Apple. Will be in other names. The Palantir, I'm just bleeding out of it as on a good sign. We just got 49s. Oh, I was waiting at 48. I guess I didn't get those. No, sorry, I was waiting at 46s. We'll look at more names, but even Affirm starting to get going. Okay, come on, Apple. I do have another offer upside here at 89s. So maybe we can get going just a little bit, and then we'll stop, right? And then we'll have an out at O's, and then we'll say, okay, Apple, see how it's not, that 87, go. Break yourself, 88. I'm at 89s, that's why, break yourself. Okay, well, we're at 89, so if that fills, that fills. That's enough of that. Let's go back to the man that could break all of us. It is Iron Man himself.
Literally
Actually,
true, probably.
we had a discussion.
Literally.
We had a discussion when you weren't here about which superhero you would be if you had a choice. So what would yours be? Sharif's was Iron Man.
Oh, that's a tough one. Holy crap. I like Batman.
Yeah, I switched over to Bat. I was Superman. I went with, because
the thing about you know what?
The X-ray vision, pretty key. The strength, pretty key.
What I love about Batman is that he doesn't have any powers.
I know, and that's what
I love about Batman. He literally, like the dude is rolling with people who are essentially like gods.
And he's got like the sickest weapons.
And he defeated the entire Justice League. There's a comic book. He defeated Superman, all of them, and the guy has no powers. He's just smart, resourceful, all that.
Think about who your enemies are, like a fat penguin, like a Joker that clearly has no idea, basically gets himself always in trouble.
Then that's
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
And then look at who Superman has to face. Like, oh goodness, every time the world's completely in danger.
Right.
Like, Batman's just trying to save Gotham City.
Right. He's just trying to chill out in Gotham. Yeah.
You take out
Catwoman. Like, if that was my biggest enemy, damn.
Well, Catwoman's not really that much of an enemy, though, to Batman.
I don't know.
I would look at that as a positive for Batman, not like the end. Like, that's not an enemy.
That's what I'm saying. That'd be awesome.
I'm Batman now for sure, because the more I think about it, we're talking about Batman. Like
Roger Rabbit, a good one.
Howard the Duck.
If you like redheads.
Technically a hero. Technically.
Rabbit.
Howard the Duck was a hero.
Huh? Yeah, Jessica Rabbit. Yeah. So it'd be Roger Rabbit. Come on. Okay. Sharif, Iron Man, right?
100% Iron Man, Sean. But I gotta shout out my favorite villain in Batman, the Penguin, and specifically the one on the TV's Batman. That was played by Burgess Meredith, which was actually Rocky's trainer, Mickey, in the Rocky series. A lot of people don't know that. That was my favorite villain, and it was like the way he waddled too when he would. Anyway, it's neither here nor there. All right, next on the list, guys, T-Mobile US. Interesting little dynamic between them and SoftBank. You'll recall that Sprint was owned by SoftBank, and when Sprint and T-Mobile merged, and there was an agreement between SoftBank and T-Mobile that if a clause was triggered, T-Mobile would have to issue SoftBank about 48.75 million shares, totaling $7.59 billion. That's what happened yesterday. That increased SoftBank's stake in T-Mobile US from 3.75% to 7 2/3. T-Mobile getting a nice little bounce up today. Not one that we typically trade, but up 0.86 nonetheless.
Okay. Not gonna tell a lie. Like, T-Mobile looks great on the charts, but it's not a day trading stock. And I think we mentioned that, this would be a tricky one, and it's a good upward move. If you took it, like how many times is this on the watch list? And if you had any one of the longs off the open, whether it's at 156 even, probably more likely taking out yesterday's high, you couldn't have actually lost on it. However, as I said, this is probably more of an investment than anything else. When I looked at this morning, I said, oh, this just gives me a reason to take Verizon if it can break off the bottom, which it didn't. So if that doesn't get through 39, I don't really see a trade or a swing trade on Verizon. So T-Mobile, not much of anything. I did just reload in SoFi. 1, the market bounced off the bottoms. 2, on SoFi, yada, yada. You guys know about $10 this morning. If you were here yesterday, then you know why $10. And it bounced at 10.25. It just made another bounce, so previous resistance level just wicked its support as the market goes back to those, back to the midway point. It just bounced off the lows. It said, do not get trapped short at the low of the day. So I re-entered when it got back above 10.30. First consolidation available after a bounce. Be patient. If you're just sort of sitting on the bid, great. I like to join the buying and see if this can get back to the top. If it gets to 10.50, I think that's a bridge too far, because there was a ton of selling on that stock at that price previously. So I'm back into this one after a good trade this morning. Again, the trend is your friend to the end when it bends. If we get back to the highs, that will be a wild one. I guess it was a 1 o'clock auction that got us to the highs in the first place. In addition to Apple, market pull back in. If we get all the way to the top, I like AMD reclaiming the high of the day.
All right, let's go. We called this Apple move. Apple move is happening, so pretty happy with this one. We all had opportunities to buy Apple down there. A good little resistance area or support area. We bought it. Look, this is another thing. Remember we talked about going back and forth with risk to reward and all that stuff? Thank you so much, Sharif. The thing is like, when I went long here at 82, 83, I told you my risk was 7 cents, right? So now we're in the money 24 cents. So it's kind of like, it's going to be different trading, but it's profitable trading. And that's what we kind of go back and forth. It's like, you could say like, this is your strategy, but if it's not making money, then you better revamp that strategy a little bit. I'm trying to make more money. I know this makes money. I'm just trying to hold a little bit more shares. Like right now, I still have half or so of this move.
You got a good point.
So it's been pretty good. We're going to get some out against the 50-period MA right now. But man, it's good to be a gangster sometimes. All right. And on that note, let's go handle some business.
I have to do this with a straight face now. All right, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on our desk and by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 25% off, guys.
All right. Thanks, Sharif. That was quick. Okay. We look at something else. What else you guys want to look at? All right. Take the printer out back and kick the crap out of it. Yeah, we could do that, James Dell. Yeah. I don't want to take out the money printer, though. We want to keep the printer going. And I actually had to just print something the other day. I haven't used a printer in a long time. We were starting to print gift certificates and things like that for each other. Like my kid wanted, and he got it, of course, he got a gift certificate for chess.com, the membership there. So we printed that off and gave that to him. But other than that, I don't really use printers too much. All of your tickets and everything, like nobody uses printers. We're going to Travis Scott on Friday. And you just get that, like everything's on your phone. Like you used to, or like, here we go now, let's go. Apple right now really blasting. The thing that used to use up a lot, oh my God, we're feeling like Usher over here. Nice move to the upside, let's go. This is exactly what we're talking about. The chef is in the building right now. That's a nice one, man, 40 cents upside, as there we go again for Apple. And I just told you guys, it's really easy to enjoy this and it seems like you're having fun when you actually are. And I mean, when you're telling the truth, when you have the shares, when you're making money, it makes everything easier. And so, sometimes you can see it on our face, like, okay, we're frustrated, maybe we made a trade this way or that way. We'll still discuss it all with you, but it's really good when you can do this. You can put it up. You guys can see our entries. You can see our exits. We're talking about trades with you.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's a great time. I want to thank everybody for joining. And if you haven't joined, maybe this will help.
truth and transparency. Like and subscribe today. Like and subscribe today.
Aren't at work with the headphones on, as always. That's how it works around here. But I did get out of my last short. I said Nikola doesn't count. When I say Nikola doesn't count, I don't mean that stock doesn't matter, but it's not following the ebbs and flows of the futures. I'll get to that one at some point, but I did get out of a firm because this VWAP hold is pretty strong. It's hard to see, but let me just show you the upward trend. So there you go. Whoops. There you go. From the morning, there is the 11 o'clock top on Nikola. When it double topped, it just bounced off that same trend line. So once that happened, trail into here. Now this is on a firm, I mean. Now this is a stock where I have been out of this multiple times. Shorted 52 because it was a double top on the daily, and we shorted it back into 51. Took a VWAP trade, one that was bad, one that was good, and then one that was bad. So went 1 for 3 around VWAP shorting it, and then twice was short at the high of the day, some scalp out, and then out. And then the same scalp trade, and then hold until it gets down into VWAP. So that's gonna be my style, but if it breaks this trend, there could be a short underneath here, maybe at the 51 level into the low of the day. That probably requires the futures to get back to the low, but this wasn't like a random, hey, we're gonna get out because it breaks VWAP. There was a trend line on this 3-minute chart that got me out of it. AMD just took out the high of the day. I said this one has been relatively strong. So in that move back up in the futures, AMD pulled back all the way down to 145 from 145.70 and then right back into the top. I had the high of the day break right before we came back on here, well, 20 minutes before. It was kind of slowly churning through, got some out when it got about 10 cents in the money, and then 1-to-1 just got it back out in the downside. Could have maybe bounced off 145, but I like AMD. 1.5%. When the market's bouncing, it's moving. It's moved the last couple of days, but it's a real mover. I think that's a shot at 146 here, and if it takes out 146, I don't know. I have to zoom back on the daily chart, but I'm pretty sure I wrote down here like 150, 147 is a level, and then 150 to the upside on AMD. You got to go way back to find that 147 level, however, on the daily. And if I zoom this back, it's not going to work how I'd like it to. And then lastly, I am still in Nikola. We were mentioning this as it was going on the midday show. Didn't get to $1, shorted it once when it turned at 95. There's my stop out at the high of the day. It wicks the next cent higher, short back underneath 95 into VWAP. So kind of like a standard VWAP retracement play for Nikola. Not much to say about it unless it gets back to the high of the day, which if it does, maybe you see $1 break on Nikola.
Yeah, maybe you could do that. Okay, like I said, man, an apple a day will keep the traders away because today it's been a good day for Apple, especially if you were long or short. I mean, that's kind of the best part about it is, well, I wasn't good for me short. I went short there. And then literally this is like, so this spike happened and I was like, okay, it's a nice little spike there. Didn't really hear the story until in and around here. We broke through VWAP and then we got out immediately. It's just, that should be a long, you know, that should just be the long. All the way to the upside. So that's kind of where we're really happy. And I'm happy that about 10 minutes ago, we discussed these bottom takes, you know, where we were and then where we are, you know, so like we discussed why we like the long and then 7 cents worth of risk to now make how much? 35 cents. So that's what we're talking about right there when we sometimes talk about, you know, ratios. But we're getting out of it all. So let's go. The Christmas list you require. What's up, Charlie Taft? Is my sticky note. Well, hey, man, it's every day. So that's all good. And you're talking probably about that Tesla trade. And thing is, like when I'm off, I know you guys harass me to do sticky notes, but I feel like I got to be, you know, in the environment to do that. So
well, you can always get those opportunities. Like when any one of us are off, like we still have the same opportunities out there. Like you'll get our watch list every morning. We'll go over the levels. I put my note out there, had the exact same level when I got in this morning. So I think it's just the very, very big and key levels. They're difficult to miss, because they're going to stand out on the chart. That's why we go through the process every single morning, so we can spot them. It doesn't mean they have to get there. Not every stock gets. Like look at Roblox.
And you have to take the trade.
Yeah, well, exactly. Roblox hasn't broken 47. I like 47, but it hasn't happened yet. So this is another name that we like the key level. We know all about it. And it's a nice double top in here. It's yesterday's high. And I'm saying this as it could break the high in 15 cents. It has every opportunity to break this double top. But until it does, that is the key price level. It's a nice trend up on Roblox. You can follow the news on this one. It was down for a hot minute on that China. It's not really a ban. I guess it was a China crackdown, for lack of a better term, on some gaming companies. It decided to basically rip faces off that morning and has been continuing ever since. It's your first consolidation double top here on Roblox. So I like the top end break there. But that's what it's all. That's what it's all about. Like, find those key levels for you. But we're all here doing basically the same thing as traders, which is finding a trading opportunity that you can lock into, and then making sure you trade it only when it sets up. Speaking of set up, Mara is continuing to just absolutely rip faces off. Forget about 30 and 30 and a half. 31 on Mara is your next stop to the upside. It looks like it just made a break. I see it breaking 31 and starting to pull back. So I guess buy the dip. Previous high, 30.70. That's where I like to buy dips off previous highs.
All right. What's up, Nick W? Could I help you out with a swing trade idea? Sure, why not? Okay, let's see what you're talking about here. Currently, I'm in Tesla. Okay, Matterport. Ooh, toast. I took some profits on ADSK. Okay, so what do you want to know? All right, so you just let me know there, Nick W. What you want to know? I mean, look, when Tesla was down. You know, it looks like we're going to be wrong on this. We still have 2 more days, tomorrow and then Friday. You know, when Tesla was down here, I don't know, 220-ish, we took this 200 period. We said that we thought we could get to 280 by year end. So I still feel like in the next couple of days, Tesla does have this opportunity to do that. So if you're talking about a swing trade, I don't know if it's about 280. But if you have an opportunity to stay in Tesla, I think that works until it doesn't. And what I mean by that is like basically breaking like through this 233, 244 back on the downside. So that would be something that I'd rather stay in. And then I don't know much. I really like Matterport. I think that's what MTTR is. Yeah, right there it is right there. So it's just I haven't looked at this in a minute. So Matterport, I mean, they're another one of these meta things, right? So okay, so it's actually good look by you. I feel like breaking through this 280. Yeah. You know, get this garbage out of here, like I always say. So you get that out of there. You're now swooped over. You're above the 50. You're above the 200. Yeah. I mean, clear sales now for Matterport. I mean, up to 3.8. This 380. This might be a good one. MTTR. Oops, MTTR. Right there. So, all right. That's MT. It has a huge short float. That's what I'm trying to find out. Okay, not really. It's only 4%. I feel like that might be wrong, but hey, it's on here. So float's not going to be that much of a problem, 250 million. So it's not like it's a super, super low float name. But again, 4.1%, 77% up on options volume today. So there is some interest in this name, but today it's down a bit. So if you do like Matterport, try it. But no, for me, I think this Tesla and what was the other one, ADSK or something? But I would just stay Tesla and it was Toast. Was it TOST? I think it was. Toast? Yeah, Toast Inc.
Oh, I know. That's the...
Toast is fine. Let's go Apple. I mean, so I was just looking at it. The thing is, the 50-period moving average, or the 200-period moving average is right there at 19 on the daily. So you've already had a monster move up right now. And look what you're running into. You know, so a lot of support. Yeah, I mean, if you wake up tomorrow and you broke, I mean, I don't know your swing timeline, but if you're above this 200 period, then you're laughing again. So I like it. Here's the garbage underneath the 50. It got out of there. Now it's straight up to the upside. I think you've got a couple of good names there. So, you know, congratulations on all of that. But right now we're 40 cents in the money on Apple and trying to get higher and higher.
Toast, if anything, I was going to say, like, that stock it's almost poised to make a second leg when I pull up that chart. Like, that's a spicy one, because someone mentioned this yesterday. It might have been the same person. Like, if it breaks 19, it's just got a ton of room to run. I apologize in advance. This wick on the chart on Meta just keeps coming back. I have cleaned it up, but this dark pool print down to 334 just keeps on coming. But you can see here, when the market just bounced, it didn't get back above 357, holding 356.5. So it doesn't feel like this is a super strong one right now, if and until it gets above VWAP or above the 57. I want to look for a short in this name. And it's not to say you have to short things, but generally speaking, the last little bit, like not getting, like short weak stocks, long strong stocks in the afternoon has been like a safe way to go. Like yesterday, the market was rallying, Rivian was underneath VWAP, and that was a good short. So I look at the same thing here on Meta. Underneath VWAP looks weak, so I want to be shorted. And I'll say the same thing for Affirm. If a firm can creep under VWAP and break this little trend that it has going of the higher lows, then I would look for a short on that name as well. So short off the high is done, but I think there is still a second leg. We got AMD on a big break. And Chef Joe, yeah, I know what Toast does. I'm not that familiar with the company, but yeah, restaurant software, point of sale. It's a good business to be in when the economy is certainly doing well and you're getting expansion. I'm sure Peter Schiff would say that's going to be a bad company, because I just heard him say that not only is a recession coming next year, but that isn't even the biggest problem. Rampant inflation is going to come back. So, I don't know, it's interesting. It'd be interesting to hear what his take on what rampant inflation would be going into next year. Something tells me he'll be talking about double digits. I don't think that's happening. That's just me. I think if there's a downturn in the market in the economy, it's more likely to happen 2 years from now than next year. Anyways, newest position was getting back into AMD. I'm not short yet on Meta, but I plan on getting that in front of 357.
All right. Okay. All right, let's try to find some more trades. So, I don't know, Adara may or may not remember this on the midday show, but I was like, Adara, check out Amazon. Because Amazon was up at VWAP. And there it was at 153.90. It dropped all the way to 153.20 right there off that VWAP. We don't have it. We were short, but it's back and forth a little bit. We should have had it. You know, this is when we were getting long on Apple, and I was thinking to myself, hey, if I'm getting long on Apple, I really think this market's going to break higher. And the long on Apple was absolutely cash. That was a good idea. But not shorting Amazon up here at VWAP was a bad idea. We should have shorted that. And that just went right back in. So I just wanted to say that this was, if you were on the midday, I interrupted Sharif, and I was like, tell Adair to look at Amazon, because I know that she was long in here, and there it is. It topped out at 153.90, and that was a great short. I mean, even if you go short against that little wick up there, like, give yourselves 10 cents for 60. I mean, again, it's up to you where everybody decides to hold it on that one. But I do like Amazon up there for sure. I kind of was looking at a firm, looking at some different names that are moving around. We did take a hit. Oh, I guess we never got that NVIDIA long. Oh, wow. We put it in after that move, so we had just missed it right here. That's too bad. Okay, we'll still wait for NVIDIA down to 493. Apple's obviously working around as well. Let's just check out Tesla back down to 262. So when Tesla's doing this kind of stuff in the middle of the day, I kind of like, I don't know. I would much rather it come back into something that I know can support, so 261. So maybe a drop down for this. Although this is at VWAP right now that I see this market kind of going on its side a little bit here, okay, I just punched out some more Apple. Here it comes right back into VWAP. Could be worth testing at this level here, 261.60 for Tesla. But this market could turn around. So there's another out there. See, we just punched out there on Apple. We talked about that. So there's another out as the 50 period starting to, guys. It's finally happening. You see how it turned down there a little bit? That's where we got nervous. Now you are aggressively starting to get turned. So like Sharif in the club, where is that guy? He's not here anymore. You don't want to get too turned up right now. But it looks like it's turning down. So watch out for this one. Trying to zoom out a little bit here on this. I'm going to take another piece at 12, and then there it goes. So we take that out a little bit at 12 there. And now we'll wait to see if it does turn down. We only do have 10% left right now. What's up, Renata? We'll talk about Bob in a minute. How much volume is bets? Someone asked.
Oh,
it was 1.1 B, wasn't it?
Yeah, it crossed 2 billion. I didn't check since about like lunchtime, but it crossed 2 billion a while ago. It's almost at 3 billion in volume.
Wow.
And it's actually up. So look at where this stock bounced. Now, at 10:20, we were in the morning show trading big cap stocks, but apparently this bounced off of what price? Shocker, 1 cent. 1 cent is support on this stock. It was a breakout yesterday. If you happen to be trading this, you don't look any further than the 1. I still like a 2 break on this. I know that's kind of dumb, but I don't know. Simple trades are simple trades, man. If this breaks 2 cents, I think look for that break. You can probably get a move to 2.5, which that's a pretty good return. Obviously, 25% is a good return. Understand that you got to think in percentages and not pennies when you're trading this stock. At least that's my 2 cents. So you can trade however you want to, but I think you're looking at this in terms of percentages. That way you can wrap your head around the R&R on the trade and not get wrapped up in all the zeros. AMD at the top. Let me zoom back in here. It just made a move into 146. I'm going to make another out here in front of 146 even. If it breaks 146, taking the stairs to the upside, I might look to add. I want to treat this the way that we probably should have been doing this from a VWAP in here, but the way that I looked at Apple when it made that move, which was, the alpha was in here and then in here, and it's got some consolidation for some scalp trades, but the big move, it feels like has happened. So you're going into scalp mode off the top, and as the market's starting to pull back, I'm just going to get over to Affirm here, because if Affirm can't hold VWAP, I still like the short. I know I trailed out of it. I gave you the reasons why I got out. It might end up being the wrong decision that I didn't hold, and sometimes you can get out of a short and then engage it at a worse price after. Or the same thing with a long. You can get out of a long and then end up buying back higher. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as the next trade that sets up is a winning trade. But if it breaks this consolidation down, I am looking for a short in this thing. Good thing we took something out of AMD, because I think we're failing a little bit of this top. So I want to wet the beak here. And when I say wet the beak, is as we're breaking this trend, which did not stay in, there you go, somewhere along that line. As we're breaking this trend, I want to wet the beak underneath this probably quarter level on Affirm. So I like the short, but I want it breaking this trend line back into the downside. AMD, my stop is at 60. So we took some when it got 1-to-1, and then the next would have been 146, but once it's underneath 1-to-1, I get out. Very similar structure to the scalp trade up here in AMD. Apparently Intel's underneath VWAP. I mean, I like Meta. I already like Affirm. I don't know that I want to jump to another name to the short side here. I just want to stick to, I think, fine, under VWAP is something that I want to look for, but I've already got a couple of names that fit that criteria for the short side. Like yesterday, it could have been easy, I think, to overtrade, and sticking to a couple names in the afternoon, probably easier thing to do. It's really, you're going to get a lot of things that'll technically set up in the morning when they have all day to work. When you're in the second half of the day and you got an hour for them to go, I think you want to pick your spots a little more carefully. In the morning, if you like a long, it's like, great. If it just trends all day, you can hold like 4 or 5 longs all day. It's a different story in the afternoon.
Guys, like this is the kind of stuff, man, like that we're trying to teach. Like, look at Apple. I just discussed getting out here. And then so we took a couple outs right in front of you, and then we took our last out there at 13s or 12s, and now you're really starting to dip in again on Apple, right? And so that's like, when I look at stuff like this and I tell you I only have 10% left and things, like this is why. Like I just feel that it's important that we talk about those kind of things. But right now, NVIDIA just filled me up there at O's. So right there, we'll take a 25-cent win. We'll go money, 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 and let's just do this again. Let's just take 30 cents. Why the hell not? As that's it, man. There it is. Like, what's up with that right there? That's another one. Thank you, DJ. As we'll drop down a little bit of money right here. As there goes NVIDIA, and there it is. See? So like I was over there talking with Adara, getting set up for the recap show. Make sure you do join me tonight. Shout out to, I think it was Charlie or Nick W in the chat there, said sometimes it seems like I'm in the Matrix. Sometimes it does, man. And sometimes it seems like I'm outside in Toronto right now and it's all cloudy as hell up in this head. So
it's actually raining.
That's the thing. Is it raining now?
Well, it was. When I went to get my water, it was raining.
Yeah, so that sucks. Too bad. It's been raining all day. But anyways, yeah, it's cloudy as hell. When I went for a walk, there's cloud warnings here right now. But yeah, we're not foggy at all right there. There's 40 cents right now in the money. We're already out. Again, we're already out of 40% of this. Let's see if it works. I actually wanted to go in and think about buying some more Apple down there. Let's let it settle down. If it can come into 80s again and we can go 6-to-1, 7-to-1 on the R2R, we'll try to do that. But that's kind of wishful thinking. Let's see if NVIDIA gets that chance to go. Look at the spread, right? It's about 10 cents. Now it's 15 cents. When it starts to go, it starts to go. VWAP up there at 60. Here we go. Let's put another offer up here near 70s. See if we can get a piece out on that one. And then ho-hum. This is what I mean. You never know where the rags to riches trades will come from. We weren't even in NVIDIA, but at least we talked about it. We talked about it, which one we wanted to buy, and that's what I'm talking about. You see what I'm saying? When I said when it's real, it's easy. You know, it's easy to get excited. That's a good play right there. I'm happy some of you guys have that one on NVIDIA. Obviously, it's 65 cents, and I couldn't be happier, right? I don't know any other stock. I mean, there's going to be lots of stocks you can get 65 cents on, but that one was pretty clean and pretty easy right there, as now we're out of 60%, 40% left. And there it is. What's up to Diamond Realty in Miami? Yeah, it is kind of like a little bit of across the pond here today. It's actually really warm, guys. It's 7 degrees, so it's like...
I was going to say 8, but...
Yeah, it's like 50 degrees or 45 degrees here, even more than that. What's up to
which
everybody?
Which obviously that's in Celsius. But I want to shout out quickly to The Crow. saying you guys are awesome. Not my usual stream, but definitely will tune in more. Tune in every single day. It's basically the same thing every single day that the markets are open. Don't tune in if the U.S. markets are closed. You know, we'll take off when the U.S. markets take off, but we're always here pretty much every single day, looking at the moving stocks. We're not worried about. You can find some opportunities for the long term. Like, we're not terribly worried about what's going to happen 5 years from now. I can give you some ideas and stocks that I hold, but at the end of the day, we're just here to look at actual actionable trades. And the market's giving you some of that opportunity here. You are getting a bit of a dip and pull back into the top. And just for myself, if I get another pull into the high, 145.90 is the high of the day on AMD. If it fails that top again, I think we go scalping inside a little bit more. I still favor short on a couple of names. One of them is Meta. The other one is Affirm. Affirm did not break that bottom. And I just noticed that Tesla just failed VWAP for the second time today. Not the first time, for the second time. Tesla's been all strong most of the day. Suddenly, it's showing a few cracks. Still above 260, obviously, but showing a few cracks in there. I prefer, as I said, I prefer Meta. But underneath VWAP, you want to short things that are relatively weak. My Meta chart's a complete mess. That sucks. Now I have a big gap in there. So when I have a gap in that chart, my Meta chart is fine when I look up here. When it's got a gap, VWAP's going to be off because it's actually missing a bit of that. But I want to break down here on Affirm. Just have to be patient. Do not want to overtrade this name. This is one where it's a $50 stock, but when this moves, like, its tight range is 30 cents. It is a third of the price of AMD, which has the same range in the same time. So you have to respect that it's a little bit more volatile. So I'm a little more, I think, what's the word? Like, patient at these levels. VWAP was already tricky earlier. Trading it off the top was much easier when it's at that big high. And nothing going on there in SoFi. If you're still working with Mara, it hasn't made a dip back into the 60s and 70s yet. Oh, okay, it might here. I was sitting in front of the previous high, but if the dip ends up being here at 80s and it comes out the other way, I think I can just go for the long up here on Mara. And if it breaks 31 again and takes out the high of the day, maybe I just take a top end break. The stock has just been on one for a few days now. And sometimes buying high, risking 10 cents is going to be worth it on Mara.
Oh man, guys, don't ask me any investment advice on crypto names, because like I got out of HUD 8 down at $13 and it is ripping again today. Like, this HUD 8 is kind of here. You know what? I'll look at it on a better chart, because then you can see, and you don't have to worry about all those split adjusts, because we don't adjust for them, unfortunately, on our charts. But yeah, so again, we were long down in here, 8, 9, but I don't even remember the exact price, $8, $9. All right, we got the reverse split. It wasn't looking very good. Made that move back into $8 again. I was like, what the? And then all of a sudden, we made a complete opposite move all the way back upside and started to regain some of this high. So like, I was long at 8, went up to 12, and was like, okay, you know, it's pretty good. And by the way, right now, NVIDIA's 70 cents in the money. And then all of a sudden, when it went up and started to dance around here, I was like, okay, you know what? Let's just get some out. And I actually got it all out because I thought this was a decent level. But wow, wrong I am, as it just continues to rip up. So a big congratulations to anybody that actually had HUT, and a big congratulations to anyone that still held it. So there's two different things there. All right, so here goes NVIDIA, 200 period. Very, very silly for me not to get this out, at least somewhere up there. If we can make a smooth dollar and let it join everyone's favorite club, then we will let it do that. So that is going to be hopefully a dollar club. And then we did get some more out on Apple because it did retrace back to the upside again, and it just went to the 50 period, and I got some more out at 06. So it's literally right there at 06. And again, if you're joining us, and I know Neil mentioned someone was joining us for the first time, it's like, welcome, but make sure you share this stream. Because look at this. You can ask me about any of these trades if you want today. We've got some pretty good ones on board as well, including this NIO trade that we had on earlier. And there it is right there. Not only was it on earlier, but this was a sticky note trade that we talked about buying NIO on dips. I actually like the 950 break to be a little bit more aggressive. I have a feeling like maybe Adara's mic is on or something. I keep hearing it.